Good night and welcome back to the City Council meeting. We had previously opened the meeting and had a site walk. I will now await a motion to leave the non-public session and to close the minutes of the non-public session.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We've already called the roll, I believe, right? Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did that when we started. Just before we say the Pledge of Allegiance, I do want to make note of a community member that we lost, Charlie Bordage. He was Portsmouth High School cycling coach. He was a great advocate for cycling. There's an event actually right now at Throwback Brewery that is honoring him, and so I know that a lot of his friends are there. He was he was part of the broader Portsmouth there, and certainly had a passion that extended into to coaching, and he will be missed. So, a brief moment of silence for Charlie. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So, just to give folks a lay of the land to see the public speakers, we're going to ask the Chief of Police to come give a presentation before. We're going to take the Public Art Review Committee request first. We're going to go through the public hearings after public comment, and then we're going to move the informational or the presentation on the playgrounds up until right after that. So if you're sticking around for all of this, just want to give you a sense of when we're going to get to it. So we're going to start with the Public Art Review Committee recommendations, and first the Remembering Connie Bean request. Do we have Councilor Blaylock?
Your Honor, could I suspend the rules and invite
Oh, sure, certainly.
board?
Ernie Greenslade.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ernie Greenslade, please come on up and speak to the Public Art Review Committee recommendations.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, hi, I'm Ernie Greenslade, and I'm co-chair of the Public Art Review Committee along with Chris Dwyer, who's traveling tonight. And Park received a request to review a proposed donation for a display in the Connie Bean Center, recognizing Connie Bean's contributions to the community, especially her contributions to youth recreation. And the goal was to help preserve and share her story for future generations. Park reviewed the request, which originally came through the rec department, or went to the rec department, along with a detailed proposal at our June meeting, and determined that the proposed donation didn't meet the guidelines for public art, and that it was more of a display or historical exhibit rather than an original piece of art. So we're recommending that that donation be considered under the City Council's donation guidelines.
Thank you. So we'll move forward with that. Councilor Blaylock?
I'd just like to say that Connie Bean, she was a very special member of our community. I know my father, my aunt, and uncle would visit her down at the original recreation center. And I was fortunate enough to have her son as my middle school basketball coach. But we grew up, as knowing the Connie Bean, and everyone knew that Connie Bean, you could drop your kids off and Connie Bean would take care of them. She'd go above and beyond the stories. Some of them are included in the packet. But I sure hope we can continue to preserve her story. I know my father was very proud to take the Connie Bean and keep it with the rec building, and now have it across the street from where the family grew up and resided is very special.
Councilor Blaylock. Councilor Bagley.
Thank you. I just want to mention that members of Connie Bean's family are here, and if we need to hear from them for any questions, they're available for us to ask them.
like to speak to any of the, I think from a process standpoint, we would accept the donation as under the city council's donation policy as a donation and display it. I think that certainly buildings, we name them, certainly to, I guess, reward in some way a dedicated life of service, but more so to inspire others so that they can live up to a name. And so understanding what the name is and the work that went into receiving the designation is equally as important. So could certainly imagine placing that. And I guess the technical question on this, it's a rec building or is it a school department building?
I believe it's a middle school.
It is part, okay, so it's not delineated. Okay, so we just have to make sure that the school board goes along with it, but we can accept the donation. Councilor Cook?
Thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted to highlight that while the Public Art Review Committee came back and said that this is not a piece of art, that is not a judgment on what has been put forward. It's just a determination that it's not really for Public Art Review Committee to determine. It's something that the council can determine whether or not we want to add this to that site. So I think that that's really critical. I think this is the first time that Public Art Review has brought forward a recommendation that they really, it's not their role to review a piece, that it should fall under the donation policy. And I want to be really clear for those at home that isn't a judgment of the piece. We don't feel it's our role. And
Absolutely. Thank you for adding that, Kate. We're just, the Public Art Review Committee is new. It's only 2 years ago that it was formed, so we're just trying to figure out what our role is, and just felt like this didn't fit into the public art, guidelines.
So, Councilor Bagley?
Your Honor, in light of your school board determination, would the proper course of action be to motion to send it to the school board with the council's recommendation for adoption?
I think we have to adopt it, so we take it on we would adopt it at the next council meeting and, provide it to the school board to display or, request to the school board to display, I would think, without checking with legal counsel.
Just looking at the donation policy and the accepting authority first, it says the school board shall have authority to accept donations directed to the school department and its programs, provided it is consistent with this policy.
Okay,
So
so I made something up and it was wrong, so that's good. So we'll refer it, I'd wait a motion to refer the Connie Bean display to the school board with the recommendation of adoption from the city council.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Thank you, and thank you to the Bean family that showed up and keeping the name alive. Certainly will inspire many other folks, and I remember, as Rich does, many dances there, many pumpkin carving contests, many great times, and all made possible by the care and support of others, inspired by Connie Bean herself. So really do appreciate this, and that we're going to be able to continue on her legacy and inspire others is a great result. So thank you for this.
Ernie has one more item.
Ernie, you had one more item.
Yes. I'd also like to share an exciting project which Park hopes to get your approval for. We appreciate all of the support we received from the council and city staff over the last 2 years as P&H 400 installed 2 pieces of public art in Bohenko Gateway Park, Cija Chen's Endeavor and Terrence Parker's The Mortal Cod. Both were funded through private donations. The goal was always to expand public art in the park, which is a major gateway to the city. And I'm thrilled to share that Park has unanimously selected the next piece, a bronze sculpture by local artist Anthony Alamani called Nebi. And it was one of the finalists when P&H 400 selected Cija Chen's Endeavor. Nebi was selected as the next project for many reasons, including its connection to the Wabanaki people, the symbolism incorporated into the design, the durability of the materials, and the ease of maintenance. Park was also really impressed that Anthony is a local artist. He lives in South Berwick, and that the sculpture will be cast locally at Green Foundry. So Park is looking for authorization from the council to begin raising funds for the sculpture and to work with the city legal department and Department of Public Works. And I hope you will give us approval for that, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Counselor Cook?
Your Honor, I move to authorize Park to raise approximately $125,000 in private funds, expend resources from Park's funds to undertake soil testing necessary for planning and engineering for installation, work with the legal department to contract with Alamany, aligning payments to fundraising and development phases, and work with the Department of Public Works to locate and install the sculpture.
Second. Yep. Any further discussion? I guess I just have a question on why the soil testing needs to occur. Is this something that we did for all of the sculptures? I mean, it's a sculpture,
Yes,
not a home, but,
You have to make sure that the soil, which a
Support it?
lot of
Okay.
it is fill, can
Okay.
support.
Got it.
And it may be that we can use some of the soil testing from Endeavor, but we're not sure about. We're certainly going to look into that.
okay. All right, I don't know if we've ever voted to allow other people to raise money, but it's the first, so.
I think we did for the Endeavor.
Oh, we did.
this
Okay,
back
all
in
right.
the 400.
I think it's important to remember that the ordinance for the Public Art Review Committee allows the committee to raise funds for sculptures. And we did that intentionally because we didn't want public funds to necessarily be the only support for public art in the community.
Excellent. Thank you, Counselor Cook. Thank you, Ernie. Any further questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Your Honor, I motion to suspend the rules to bring forward item number 17-1, the public safety update from the police chief.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, Chief Newport?
Good evening, Your Honor, Mayor and Council. I'm here tonight to speak on the incidents relative to the Homeland Security investigations that were occurring in the city in the last couple of weeks. I'd first like to reiterate that, the Portsmouth Police Department does not participate in these Homeland Security investigations or the ICE investigations that have occurred. We are notified in advance as a heads up, just to make us aware. For instance, that we don't have any conflict of, so that we're aware that they're in the city, and if someone were to call, we know who's there if we were to respond. And the two incidents that occurred in the city, we weren't asked to respond, we weren't asked to participate, and we were not involved. They were here investigating criminal investigations. Again, I want to assure everybody in the city that the Portsmouth Police Department does not have the designation to detain anybody in the city for immigration purposes. But if there are concerns within the community, they can call us and we will answer questions the best we can at that moment in time. But we will also get to the bottom of whatever investigation is there and then work in a timely fashion to give a response on that. I don't know if there's any other concerns by members of the council that they'd like to be addressed, particularly on any of those situations.
Counselor Tabor? Oh, looks like going down the road.
Yep. Thanks, Chief. So some jurisdictions have, their police have voluntarily wanted to deputize, and perhaps you can cite the federal code around that. Is
Yeah.
that something that you plan to do in Portsmouth?
So the federal authority to be able to enforce immigration laws is a 287G statute, which we do not have and have no intentions of gaining. I will say, prior to this administration, we had a policy in place that a Portsmouth police officer will not stop you based off of your immigration status. In our policy, we do have situations in there that if we were to arrest somebody and after we're done with our own investigation, our own arrests, We would run it through a computer and see if there's any hits, and there may be a possible hit that could come from any agency, to include Homeland Security or ICE or Manchester. We would contact that authority and say, we have detained or arrested a subject on our own investigation, but we see that you have an interest in this person. We'd then ask them if they're interested in having that person detained on their charges, and then based off of what their responses were, what would happen with that specific person. But we do not have that authority to be a part of that task force. There are communities or agencies within the state, with the state police and the Rockingham County Sheriffs, who do have that authority, but that's not a designation that I or the police commission look to take on.
Thank you.
Councilor Cook?
I just, thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, Chief. I just want to clarify for everyone here that the Portsmouth Police does not detain people for immigration purposes alone, that it's only for violations of federal or state law.
That's correct. We would not detain some for the sole purpose of an immigration violation. It would only be if we came across someone on our own investigation that we had that was a criminal act violating state law, and we detained them for that purpose, that we then follow up with if we were made aware that they were wanted by another agency.
Thank you.
Councilor Denton?
My question regarding deputization has already been asked and answered.
Any other questions, comments? Want to thank you, Chief Newport, for coming here. I just want to ask what you've said to myself and other counselors another time. The role of the Portsmouth Police Department is to protect everyone, regardless of immigration status. Is that a true statement, continue to this day?
Yes, that is true, and I would, say don't hesitate to contact us with any questions. If someone's knocking on your door, you're not sure who they are, contact us, and we will get to the bottom of a resolution of whatever is going on if we are not already made aware of it previously.
Thank you, Chief Newport.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chief.
With that, we're going to go into public comment. I just want to see, only because we have 45 minutes, but some of them are, Liz, okay, that's, you go at the end because you're a property owner. The rezoning, like, Robin, will you speak at the public hearing? Okay. And so for Nicole, I'm assuming for the public hearing is separate from, just seeing if we can keep the public comment condensed so we don't have to limit people's time. So we'll take things that are at the public hearing for 361 Hanover, which I believe 4 people. And then William Lyons, resident parking, there's also a public hearing for that. So if we can kick that out to the public hearing, is that okay? Just so we can keep this condensed on the public comment. We don't have to limit people past 3 minutes. All right, so we have first up, Sophia, I don't know if it's Shea, on ICE presence in restaurants. Restaurants? Yeah, restaurants.
Hi, thank you for your time. My name's Sophia, and I'm a service industry worker, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the restaurants in Portsmouth. I've been a manager of multiple restaurants, and I'm very close to a lot of the immigrants that live here that have been working here from 10 to 30 years. And I just wanted to say, I kind of wish the chief was still here because I'd like to talk to him about it. I don't know if he's, oh, you are here, hi. Thank you for saying that, what you said, because I do have written down that the Portsmouth Police Department says that it's committed to providing public safety to all residents in our community, regardless of citizenship status. And I'm very proud to live in a place that has that statement. However, in this month, our community members are not feeling safe in the service industry. And I'm wondering if there's anything that we can ask of the police department to provide as far as information to restaurant owners if they are being alerted, and also to its citizens if ICE is in town, and as far as to their locations, so that if our intention isn't to have them detained, that we can at least alert restaurant owners so that they can make the proper precautions to alert their staff of how they can stay safe. And also, I don't know if there's anything we can do about this. I know we can't change state or federal laws, but I know that we can protect our people here. And I think it's very important to make sure that the people who are detaining these people are identified, have badge numbers, aren't wearing masks, that we know who these people are, because anyone can order an ICE vest on Amazon, they're being sold, and just walk into, see someone from La Coretta or see someone from a specific type of restaurant, and just walk in and kidnap them. And people are going to be scared. The people in that restaurant are scared. The majority of them, don't speak English. Even if they do have citizenship, they don't know their proper resources or what they're supposed to do. So I'm trying to go to the restaurants and give them the resources they need in English and Spanish of what they're supposed to do. But I definitely would love cooperation with the police. And also to give them as little access of information about the restaurants as possible. Yeah, and thank you for your time. I also, sorry. Yeah, I guess my biggest request is that the community members are alerted and that we can work together in some sort of way with the service industry to make sure that everyone is protected, because the people who were arrested were, ICE was called because of the color of their skin and what restaurant they worked at and what they speak. So I think those specific restaurants do deserve a warning. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you,
I
Sophia.
appreciate it.
Next up, we have Penelope Morrow on ICE, and then Town Bank, but I don't understand that part.
Hello.
Hey.
Thank you for addressing this. I'm so relieved. This is horrifying. And the latest arrest, apparently ICE arrest, was in my bank, Piscataqua, in the parking lot the other day. And our security fellow did take a film of it. So I'm glad he did that, witnessed the event. And I'm wondering, I was happy to hear from Chief
Newport.
Newport, yeah, I love him. He was a student of mine. He's a good man. But I'm happy that, we...
Glad he was a good student.
But so what can we do to prevent, awful things happening? I have family that live on Martha's Vineyard, and they're taking off Coast Guard boats of immigrants, and they're the workers. They're doing all the landscaping. My son is a landscaper down there, hires a lot of Brazilians. They're terrified. 30% of the children are Brazilian. And my daughter-in-law's a teacher. She's brown-skinned, but she said none of the Brazilian families sent their children to school that week when ICE was in town. So it's really a very frightening situation that our country has come to. And they're not criminals, by the way. Trump says that they're criminals, they're dangerous. They are not. And they're being sent off to, horrible places. So what can we do? What can we do to help? That's my question, really. But thank you for addressing this awful situation. It's nice to see so many people. Thank you.
Thank you, Penelope. We have Roy on budget and taxes. Roy Helsel.
Good evening, Roy Helsel, Portsmouth. The budget, to me, is outrageous. But beside that, the spending that we're doing, we're talking about giving 15 minutes parking, which is revenue for the city and helps the taxpayers. And 15 minutes of parking is not going to help anybody downtown. Beside that, they want to, the suggestion was to give all veterans free parking. I'm a veteran. I don't do free parking in town. But if people have to use it, but not anybody from outside the city should never be thought about being given free parking because they're a veteran. All right? And with the large spending habits that the city has, when are they going to pay the Hewitts that lost, that you took to court and you lost to them? When are you going to pay them? comes from the budget also. Thank you.
Thank you, Roy. Next is Von Hickok. Did I pronounce that correctly? Also on ICE.
John Hickok, Middle Road.
Oh, John, sorry. That was very close to a V on that one. But yeah, sorry.
I've never heard it said that way.
I've never seen a J written like this, but okay, sorry.
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I don't need to speak on a lot of what I wanted to say, primarily because of what Chief Newport had to say. How heartening to hear Chief Newport come up and address that issue head on. I had two other things I'd like to encourage the council to consider, which is, I don't know how you do it, but this is your end of things. Why can we not have clear expectations for any federal agents who come into our city on an enforcement action without wearing visible identification or presenting a judicial warrant, masked and threatening, intimidating the people of our city? What can we do about that? What kind of expectations can we demand for the conduct of the ICE officers who are doing their job? Hopefully. And then I wanted to encourage perhaps a modest investment in a local information resource, some kind of hotline or portal that will help residents understand their rights and be able to report potential abuses, regardless of their background or legal status. So all of this is about not politics. It's about process, professionalism, and trust. And our city should stand for transparency, the rule of law, and community safety for everybody. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you, John. Next up, Kendra Ford on ICE in Portsmouth.
Good evening. Thank you for hearing from all of us. Well, I'm Reverend Kendra Ford. I'm a Unitarian Universalist minister. And there always has to be poetry. A poet that I really loved died today. And one of the things that she said was that she hoped to die with stretch marks on her heart. And in some real way, that's what I'm asking our town to do. Stretch a little bit beyond what's comfortable. I profoundly appreciate that our police department does not have an agreement with ICE like so many other police departments do. And I profoundly appreciate that this council has said that it is our goal to make sure people feel welcome. And you've heard that people are terrified. So I think we need to stretch a little bit more to resist what is happening in our town and around our country. So I'm asking that we make sure that the way our police are acting in the world matches what's written down, or really I want what's written down to be sure that it matches what our police say they're doing, because I appreciate what the chief has said. And I'm also asking that our police department insist that if ICE is operating in our town, that badge numbers are available, that they are unmasked so we can see who they are, that they have the name of their supervising officer available, because we know that a month ago, public politicians were killed by someone impersonating a police officer. And so we have to be just extra bold in making sure that people are not impersonating other people and that they're doing what they say they're doing. I know that you don't have managerial authority over the police, and I appreciate that you clearly work together. And so I hope that we can figure out how to do a little bit more, how to stretch a little bit more to keep everybody safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Kendra. Next is John Benford on ICE in Portsmouth.
Gulp. Hi, I'm John Benford. I've been a Portsmouth resident and voter for over 20 years and a small business owner for 14. Thank you to the City Council and Chief Newport and the Police Commission for the stances that you've already taken around ICE. I appreciate especially that you've not deputized our local police to act as ICE agents. I'm here to support the requests made by Sophie, John, and Kendra and others. The current ICE raids nationwide, including in Portsmouth, are not about enforcing immigration laws. Rather, they're about scapegoating vulnerable populations and setting the precedent for violating constitutional rights like due process. This is one of the steps in the standard playbook for democratically elected officials who want to claim authoritarian power. The plays include undermining or ignoring guardrails on power, like court orders and constitutional checks and balances, bullying the media, law firms, educational institutions, and other truth-tellers and potential challengers into bending to their will, gutting the government and civil services, removing essential supports for vulnerable populations so they are dependent on the favor of the would-be autocrat, demonizing marginal groups and justifying taking away their rights, gradually expanding the circle until everyone's rights have been curtailed, and targeting groups aggressively to provoke a response, which can then be used to justify claiming emergency powers that are never released. We've seen the same playbook used successfully in many countries and many times, not the least of which is 1930s Germany. The biggest factor in enabling the success of would-be authoritarians is people who disagree but remain silent, who go by and get by and do just enough to not get in trouble, but allow things to continue. This is a critical moment in the history of our country. We need courageous action from everyone, but especially elected officials and those with power and influence. You may not have direct authority over the police, but the ask that we've made will certainly need your support for the Police Commission and Police Department to enact anything like that. And I appreciate that you've currently taken the stance of not actively supporting ICE, but I'd like to ask you to stretch and find ways to actively resist ICE, their raids in our town, and to stand up against the encroaching authoritarian grab for power in our state and in our country. Thank you.
Thank you, John. We're going to Zoom next. Peter first on ICE, if we can promote. Yep, on Zoom, yep.
Hi there. My name is Peter First of 240 Marcy Street. I speak to you today not only as a resident, but as part of a vibrant and diverse community that is under threat. My family and I are all U.S. citizens, one a naturalized citizen, and yet we live under constant fear. Some of us are treated with suspicion due to their accents and now potentially subject to arrest under reasonable suspicion. Homeland Security's latest arrest criteria relative to physical appearance, accent, occupation, and behavior. It is in fact thoroughly unconstitutional under the Fourth Amendment. With ICE conducting regular workplace raids in this city, my family doesn't feel safe going to work, taking our children to school, or shopping downtown. Like many others in town, we pay our taxes, run local businesses, and help this city thrive. My family roots here go back to the Prescott sisters and further to the 1600s, yet even I was profiled and detained in Brooklyn. I'm also short, walking through a Latino neighborhood, and by the officer's own words, I fit the suspicious profile for wearing my B hat. It was actually a Boston Bruins hat. With no ID, no probable cause, plainclothes officers held me against a wall, brought me toward an unmarked van, and kept me detained for an hour as I protested the arrest. I still have no idea whether it was a local gang or undercover police. I don't think my hat had anything to do with it. That terror doesn't fade. It fractures trust and erodes community cohesion. We are disappointed by the council's silence. Except for council member Andrew Bagley, thank you, there's been almost zero support. The city's legal department has informed us that there's no protection for naturalized citizens during unlawful ICE arrests, regardless of the severity. I'm told the police are aware but aren't communicating with other branches about wrongful arrests or community risk. This inaction damages everyone, not just families. Businesses suffer, tourists see fear. It's not a welcoming city. It's not only undocumented residents that are under threat, it's people of color, naturalized citizens, and lifelong residents whose only crime is fitting a profile. Over the next 4 years, this city must choose courage over complacency. I urge you to investigate and publicly share local ICE presences, when, where, and under what authority they act, clarify protocols for local police, and launch real support, civic education, and moral backing for families under threat. The governor recently passed new laws preventing most forms of essentially anything but cooperation with ICE. But these bills do not become active until January 2026. The time to act is now. Protecting our community is not just morally right, it's essential to our city's identity, safety, and future. Doing the bare minimum now risks harming children, businesses, and our reputation. We've built the city together. It's time to protect it, boldly, publicly, and now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up is Marcy Dion. Oh, okay. All right. All right. You have to speak at the microphone, sorry.
Hi, everybody. My name is Marcy Dion. I live at 406 Pleasant Street. So I work in adult education over in Kittery, and so I see, you know, these it's just incredibly sad to see adults not wanting to come to school. They call us and say, "I'm not coming in today." Things are, you know, they hear the news, they're petrified to go out, they're afraid for their children, and you all know the story. And I really didn't prepare anything, but thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Marcy. Catherine, we'll come back to you. Peter Huda on affordability in Portsmouth. And just for, if you're first time here, if you're not a Portsmouth resident, we'll get you at the end of the roll through.
Good evening, Peter Huda, 280 South Street. Tonight I'm here to ask a critical question that many Portsmouth residents are asking. Do we have a housing affordability crisis, or do we have a city spending crisis that's causing the affordability crisis? This council claims affordable housing is its top priority, but at the same time it's increasing spending by $23.5 million in the last 3.5 years. Just last month you passed a new $150 million FY26 budget, adding another $5 million without a single cut, correction, or compromise, or even considering suggestions or reviews for efficiencies. You say this spending is needed to maintain the level of current services, but let's be honest, 8 months ago, the city only needed $137.9 million to maintain the same services. The population hasn't grown, the service area hasn't grown, so why are the costs rising so fast? Let's talk about how this affects affordability. We were told the new budget will add about $300 in property taxes for the so-called average home value of $772,700. But in reality, many residents, myself included, are paying more. My property taxes have gone up $2,300 in just 2 years. That is simply not sustainable. And renters, don't think this doesn't affect you. It's driving up rents. Landlords are property owners too. And these costs get passed directly to tenants through their higher rents. For renters trying to afford to live in Portsmouth, this budget is making it harder, not easier. Meanwhile, we're being told by city staff they are looking for efficiencies and that staffing will shrink through attrition. But then we see actions that directly contradict this. For example, Deputy City Manager, Regulatory Attorney was announced to be retiring at a part-time role at $313,000 a year, only to have a new Deputy City Manager hired at $165,000 a year at the same time. That's not a cut. That's an increase of over $100,000. So let's not forget Portsmouth led almost the state, having 262 with this additional employee, earning over $100,000 a year. On top of this, utilities in this budget. Water rates up 9%, the largest increase ever. Sewer rates up 4%. Electric costs. Taxpayers who were automatically signed up for community power were just notified of an increase, now anticipated to be 20% higher than the Eversource cost at the base rate. And yet, the message we keep hearing is that all of this is necessary to maintain the same level of services.
Thank you, Petra. Next up, Esther Kennedy on Portsmouth. Esther? Esther's not here. Okay, next is Andrea Stein on ICE.
We meet again. The last time I was here, you refused to look at a draft regarding a ceasefire in Palestine. I hope all of you know that all of you, except Josh Denton, are complicit in thousands of innocent children that have been and continue to be slaughtered with our countless bombs. But tonight, you have another chance to do the right thing. I am here to remind everyone here that what is happening right now in our country is or will soon affect all of us. Aside from the indigenous of this land and the black community that was forced to be here, we are all immigrants from somewhere. Do you know that it can take up to 20 years or longer to get citizenship in this country, or even to have an asylum hearing? Have any of you in this room or on Zoom ever helped someone through the process? Most will say no. Throughout history, we have seen the same repeating cruelties against groups of people over and over again, genocide after genocide, and we still haven't learned anything. When people who have no souls are in power, they are the ones to decide who will be the next boogeyman. Right now, ICE has been raiding restaurants in our downtown area. After their arrests are done, there will be many people who would disappear to who knows where. I've seen and heard a lot of disgraceful comments like, "Good, the more the better," and "if they just came here legally." And what I have to say to that is, who do you think has been ruining indigenous populations globally so they feel that they have to come here to avoid persecution in their own countries? The call is coming from inside the House. If this is not stopped now, which group of people will be demonized next? We know full well that black and brown bodies have been at risk here since 1492, and that has not changed. But this time things won't stop there. Everyone in this room and everyone watching on Zoom will be affected in some way. Do you feel safer that a dishwasher or a cook at a restaurant you go to may die in alligator Alcatraz and that they will be separated possibly permanently from their families? Right now, they are being hunted like wild animals and thrown into cages no larger than a chicken coop, packed in like sardines. Does this sound like the freight wagons that Nazis used to transport Jews to concentration camps? Because it's the same thing. And who helped Texas first as the flood waters rushed in? Mexico. It's time to stop believing everything you think about other people that you don't know and you fear. What you hear on the news, mainstream media, is scripted and approved by the government. Doesn't matter if you voted red or blue. Both sides gladly took a photo op with Netanyahu last week, a global war criminal. It's time to come together as a community, all of us, to protect each other from real harm. And trust me, the real threat is right under our noses. When your rights get taken away, your guns, your freedom to go out to eat, being told when you can use the bathroom or to sleep, maybe then you'll realize that being woke wasn't such a bad thing after all. This is a class war, and the billionaires are winning. I just want to read a short poem from Pastor Martin Niemöller. First, they came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialist, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. And then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Next, we have Peter Somsich on ICE and police.
Thank you, members of the City Council, City Manager, for this opportunity to address you on the issue of ICE and the Portsmouth Police Department. I'm Peter Somsich, 34 Sweat Avenue, former Portsmouth State Representative. I also happen to have been a 6-year-old refugee to this country and a naturalized citizen. As a 24-year resident of Portsmouth, I have great respect for Chief Newport and the Portsmouth Police Department. Since this is a monologue and not a conversation, let me say that I would like to address a couple of questions to the Police Department and the City Council, which I hope we'll get some answers for. First of all, can I assume that the Portsmouth Police Department will protect the residents of Portsmouth, since that is their main duty and we pay them to do this, and encourage them to contact the police department if they see any suspicious activity in Portsmouth, in particular if there is an armed individual, an unidentified individual in our city? I hope that we can encourage people to do that. Secondly, when ICE agents are present in our city, do they inform the Portsmouth Police Department about their presence, and do they provide the name of a supervisor from ICE in charge of all activities so people can hold someone responsible? That seems like a reasonable request. Third, can the Portsmouth Police Department provide a guideline to the public on the city website of how do we behave when confronted by an ICE agent, and how do we know that ICE agent is legitimately authorized to ask us questions or do anything else in regard to law enforcement? I think I'd like to have answers to those questions at some point from the police department. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. Next, we have Jen Scumaci on ICE.
Hi, and thank you. My name is Jen Scumaci. I've been a Portsmouth resident and voter for 15 years. And it's my understanding that Portsmouth proudly calls itself the city of the open door. This motto signifies that Portsmouth is a welcoming and inclusive community, open to all, regardless of background or lifestyle. This motto conveys a sense of welcoming and acceptance, encouraging both residents and visitors to feel safe, comfortable, and valued in our city. In light of recent ICE activity here, I have a question. Are we really the city of the open door? Certainly doesn't feel like it. I'm here to request City Council recognize the urgency of this situation. We need meaningful local policies that protect workers, residents, and visitors, regardless of immigration status. Thank you.
Julianne, are you going to speak on 361 Hanover? We can do it at the public hearing. Colin, the same for you?
No, sorry, I didn't read these there close enough.
Okay, do you want to speak on ICE now?
No, I don't have anything to talk about.
Okay, all right. And then, William, can we speak at the public hearing on the parking, or do you want to speak now?
Parking's fine.
Great. So we'll go back to Elizabeth Bratter on affordable housing incentives, unless you're speaking on, no, affordable housing. All right.
Good evening, Elizabeth Bratter, property owner, 159 McDonough Street. Having been to hundreds of board meetings over the last 8 years, one thing has become apparent. Only very few developers are providing very little affordable or workforce housing here in Portsmouth. Portsmouth has received some wonderful community spaces, which will likely all come to fruition in about the next 5 years. Portsmouth may be giving away the milk for free and not selling the cow. This is where affordable housing overlays and incentives may need to be reviewed. Height is a big bonus factor in Portsmouth. It comes with a breaking point for cost and recouping money spent. The following thought might be something to consider going forward or on the new master plan that is trying to be created. Each height zone in the incentive and overlay districts could be lowered by 1 story and 10 feet. The recently adopted mansard roof regulations could be limited to specific areas of town because it removes the need to use an incentive or overlay to add another story or 10 feet in height, because it gives 1 free story without providing community space or affordable housing. Lowering the heights in the incentive and overlay districts with affordable and workforce housing requirements could be used with some of the current heights. Some of these are 2 to 3 stories, 45 feet, 2 to 4 stories, 50 feet, and 2 to 4 stories, 60 feet. These are the existing heights in some of these areas. If each of these heights were lowered by 10 feet and 1 story, and the mansard roofs were limited in location by zoning, the incentives to add another story and 10 feet of height would be far more realistic. It may not be worth it to build a 3-story, 35-foot building in the middle of downtown. But if one could add another story by using one of the incentives or overlay, it may be. It could become a more realistic goal to make the incentives and overlays more inviting to use. This could end Portsmouth's why buy the cow when you can get the milk for free. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Next, Catherine Haraki on ICE and ACLU New Hampshire.
Hi, good evening. My name is Catherine Haraki. I actually live in Hampton as well. I came here today because I am an organizer with the ACLU for Rockingham County and Stratford County, so that includes Portsmouth. And I just want to say, first of all, you don't really need me because you're doing such an awesome job here from, I think it was one gentleman's discussion on the path to authoritarianism, Peter's talk online, Peter Somsich's story about himself being a refugee. People here get it. I think you all get it. The police get it. So that's a really wonderful feeling. I just wanted to add an anecdote. First, in addition to undocumented folks being afraid, and we mentioned green card holders, naturalized citizens, I've also heard from people who had children who are adopted from foreign countries who are afraid, and they're going around with the adoption papers in their cars and on person, who are afraid. So it's a really large group of people. We are so honored to be in this fight with so many New Hampshire residents. We know these are serious times. And one thing I do as an organizer is trying to reduce harm and to increase the sense of belonging. So, if you have a neighbor who is maybe an immigrant, who has a green card or is naturalized, or you don't know their status, but maybe maybe you're not from here or we're not born here, include them more. Ask them about who they are. Invite them to things. Invite them to town meetings like this. Make them more part of your community and to belong. And if anything I can do to help support that, we're here for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine.
Your Honor, before we go any further, it looks like someone left a cell phone on the podium to the left of that handheld mic. It would be the chief.
Get out of here.
Get your phone, chief.
We have Klein Dickens of Northampton, New Hampshire.
Hi, my name's Klein Dickens. I was born and raised here in Portsmouth, graduated Portsmouth High School, but like many, I can't afford to live here, and so I'm living in Northampton. I just want to note, Mark Newport came up here, and I appreciate him speaking on the issue. I know many people are afraid, and that hearing from the police department helps people feel safe. I do hate to be the bearer of bad news, but Mark Newport is not potentially not really dependable. The laws in this state would force his hand in a situation in which the police were called on to cooperate with ICE, on top of him lobbying for more cops when there's no evidence that more police improve public safety. I could go on, but we've seen him make all kinds of statements in Seacoast Online. I personally don't trust him. No offense. I'm sure you do your job great. But that's all I want to say on that. I wrote a whole statement. Many other people have said basically the exact same thing I'm going to say. But I just wanted to say, right now we're seeing in Stratford County, they're just cooperating with what's happening. We have people locked up right now in Stratford County Detention Center. And what the Trump administration has decided to do, and they're just saying this openly, they want to do a genocide. And I don't think there's anything wrong with saying this is a genocide. This is the same as a genocide we're seeing in Palestine. It's all from the same ideology. This is nothing short of ethnic cleansing. And you all have extreme power in the region you're in to do something about that, whether that is legal, political, economic, social, or otherwise. And I think you have an example in Stratford County of what not to do. And I think it's very important that you all show up for people, whether it's in these chairs or out in the community. Really love to see more action happening on you guys' part. Free Palestine, free Sudan, free Congo, free Haiti. Fuck ICE. Thank you.
Not seeing any hands on Zoom. That's it for folks that signed up. Peter said it best in that this isn't a dialogue, and it's always sometimes a little bit unnerving when you come speak at us and we're not having a conversation. So always want to acknowledge that for folks that this might be the first time here, that we're here to listen and take this in, I guess, number one. Number two, the point that Klein mentioned is worth repeating when it comes to not whether or not you can trust. I trust Mark, Chief Newport, but there are laws in the land that are going to be in the state of New Hampshire effective in January, in the nation effective right now. And, you know, when he is alerted of a Homeland Security operation or a ICE, that is because they want to do that. They're under no obligation to share that information with Chief Newport. Something, you know, to be said, what can we do here locally? And I think the biggest thing, aside from when we got the calls from frantic either business owners, family members, you know, reaching out to the police, having conversations with our legal department, trying to get to the bottom of where individuals were taken. Not easy, an enormous amount of work that kind of goes on behind the scenes throughout the weekend to try to get information and answers around that. It's difficult work. It's heartening to see as many people show up for their community here and speak on the issue and want some action. Some action that I can share as it relates to the administration is that we've authorized the city attorney to sign on to the amicus brief challenging the administration's challenge of naturalized citizens in the United States. So we will hopefully be attaching our name to that. It's moving through the first district here, and so that's one, you know, small step in terms of what control that we have as a city against national laws and state laws. To the comment of the city of the open door, it's probably easier to say that when we don't have ICE agents in Portsmouth. The test now is how we come together as a community, supporting one another, continuing to support the restaurants, the employees of those restaurants, understanding the humanity behind this, and supporting one another. From a council perspective, we're going to do everything within our power and then stretch a little bit to try to get powers that we don't have to was it Kendra? Who started that phrase. I think that we all have to stretch a little, and these are tough times right now, and I think that you know, how we show up for one another is going to really determine how we make it through the next, you know, 2.5 years. And so I encourage everyone to continue to keep showing up, to continue to hold Mark or Chief Newport to the words that their job is to protect every resident of Portsmouth. Those are words that they're going to continue to live and to earn, and I would expect everybody in Portsmouth to continue to holding them to that standard. That's the standard that we expect of them. I have confidence they're going to live up to the standard, and I have confidence in Portsmouth that you're going to keep showing up and speaking necessary words in light of a very difficult situation that we're all looking to navigate together as we make it through this. So I want to thank everybody for showing up. If you want to stick around for the rest of the public hearings, feel free to do so, but I'm going to take a short 5-minute recess in case you don't want to talk about zoning and parking later on. Thanks. Welcome back. We are going to reopen a public hearing that on the highway layout of Coakley Road Extension.
Your Honor, I move to approve the resolution regarding public necessity to acquire property for the layout of the Coakley Road Extension as drafted.
Second.
Let's see, what is the... we have to reopen the public hearing first. If anybody wants to speak to or against the Coakley Road extension, please come to the microphone now.
Good evening, Tyler Garzo, 62 McKinley. I just wanted to point out that this project is yet another NHDOT adjacent project that purports to solve congestion. The chances of solving congestion at the circle is 0%. The chances of inducing more demand, more than the 2019 traffic study predicts, is 100%. You can provide bicycle and pedestrian facilities without building another road, even if it's a small road. I don't support this waste of public money on more roads. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers to, for, against? So we're going to close the public hearing. Oh, Peter.
Peter Huda. I just have one question. I was wondering what the state, if the state has signed off on your plan and what the state DOT information is on this. It's hard for you to move forward without that because this involves state property and state highways. So please look into it.
Thank you, Petra. Any other speakers, either here or on Zoom? Seeing none, closing the public hearing. We will now hear from Attorney McCourt. If there's, or Eric Eby on any questions the council has. Go with Eric first, I guess.
Welcome, Eric.
The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you.
I think we have a presentation, although not listed in the agenda. It is.
Hold on. Sorry, having trouble sharing. Sorry, Eric, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, council members, Madam City Manager. My name is Eric Eby. I'm the city engineer for parking, transportation, and planning. And we're coming to you tonight to present this request for the Coakley Road connector right-of-way. And where this project is coming from, let's see if I can read this. Does this advance?
Here we go. I got it. You just let me know.
Okay, so the project in question is over here. It's a proposed connector roadway running between Coakley Road and Borthwick Avenue. And this would be running through the Granite Group Plumbing and the Fairfield Inn sites, split evenly among their two sites. Primary need for this project at this time is that the Coakley Road culvert over the Hodgson Brook is a red-listed bridge in failing condition. It needs to be replaced, and in order to replace this culvert, we'd have option of either trying to replace it in place, which is extremely difficult. It's surrounded by wetlands. We would likely require building another temporary bridge through the wetlands first, and then reconstructing the bridge in place. An alternative to that would be building this connector road so that all traffic can divert out of here. We'd close Coakley Road entirely, replace the bridge much quicker and much cheaper. And then at the end of the day, we have a connector roadway that then provides access for the Coakley Road residents, a second way out of their neighborhood. Right now, they only have one way in, one way out of this neighborhood, 1,500-foot long street, which is not good for public safety reasons. This would give them another way out. It would also provide a sidewalk along this roadway to the Borthwick Avenue multi-use path. So that's the primary reason. Another reason we're seeking this connector roadway is the city has applied for a grant and been selected for a grant, a federally funded grant from the state DOT to remove the traffic signal, looking into removing the traffic signal at the intersection of the bypass, Coakley Road, and Cottage Street. Currently, there are 2 signals on the bypass in close proximity at Borthwick Ave and Coakley and Cottage. They do not work well together, despite the state's best efforts at getting these 2 signals coordinated. And this would, a connector roadway between the 2 would allow a signal to be removed at this location and a median to be constructed. Another project in the area is the Kate Street Bridge, another red-listed bridge, which needs to be replaced. This connector road is not a requirement for this Kate Street Bridge, but it overall just wanted to present that in the context of all the projects happening in the area. Go to the next slide. So project goals, the main reason we need this connector roadway right now is the repair of the bridges over the Hodgson Brook. That bridge is red listed and it needs to be replaced, and the best bang for the buck is to put another connector road in there to provide long-term benefits, as well as making the culvert replacement easier and quicker. Other benefits, as I mentioned, you're getting access to and from the bypass for all the abutters and neighborhoods, improving access to the hospital for the Coakley Road residents. The Coakley Road residents are getting better access to Borthwick Avenue bike and ped facilities. You're reducing cut-through traffic on Bartlett, Cottage, and Woodbury Avenue. Traffic currently is coming down. If you can go to the next slide, I think they have or the previous slide, actually. Previous slide. So a lot of the traffic on Bartlett Street, we've been addressing Bartlett Street traffic over the last several years. That's the reason this Hodgson Way connector road was built, to get traffic out of this Bartlett neighborhood. But until the traffic circle is fixed, and that's another long-term project, traffic leaving the city on Islington Street continues to come up Bartlett, over to Dennett, to Woodbury, and then bypasses the circle and gets on Rockingham to head north on the Turnpike. So removing this signal would make it a little bit easier for traffic to come out Hodgson Way and get onto the bypass and get to the circle. Granted, as said, until that circle is repaired and improved, you're still going to have congestion out here, but this is a first incremental step in improving things out on the bypass, getting rid of that second signal which causes gridlock. It's not the end-all be-all to the bypass, but it is a key first step in addressing the traffic out there. The state is on board with it. They've selected us for the grant because they recognize the importance of the project. Go to the next slide. 2 more slides up. So originally this idea came from the state. Back in 2006, they had a concept plan which included changes to the traffic circle, which is a large intersection in this diagram, large signalized intersection. Another alternative is a possible flyover of the traffic circle. But as part of those improvements, they were also suggesting getting rid of the signal here at Coakley and Cottage and building this connector road as shown. This is back in 2006, the state had this plan. It was not implemented because the state decided to focus their efforts and money and their funding on repairing all the 7 bridges that go over the bypass. So those last 7 bridges were completed. And now the improvements to the traffic circle are back on the 10-year plan. The state has earmarked $1 million for a study to come up with the best alternative to the circle. But rather than waiting 10 to 20 years for possible improvements to the traffic circle, the city has applied for this grant, which would allow us to address this intersection here. And in order to make that project work, then the connector road is needed. But primarily, as I said, the primary first need for this connector road is the repair of the Hodgson Brook. So there's $1 million identified for the traffic circle. There's $1 million identified in the city's CIP for the connector roadway. Construction could begin as soon as this year, most likely next year. We've been awarded a CMAQ grant, which is short for Congestion Mitigation and Air Quality. That's over $1 million grant. The city would have a 20% match. That's addressing the signal project. One of the conditions of that grant is that you're not allowed to build new roadways. So the connector roadway would be city funded, and that's why it's in the CIP. It's not eligible for grant money. And the Coakley Road culvert has been downgraded to red. and there is the traffic circle long-term plan by the state. I think the next, we're getting into the site plan here, and this shows the connector roadway running between Coakley and Borthwick, split evenly amongst the two properties here. It would be one lane in each direction. There would be four on-street parallel parking spaces along the connector road in this location, and another 5 parallel parking spaces along Coakley Road in this location. And this would be to make up for the 9 parking spaces that would be lost from the Fairfield Inn site. Their primary goal, their concern with this project was losing parking on their site. So this ability to provide more on-street parking makes up for that loss, and it's a wash on parking for the site. The Granite Group, they would be getting a driveway onto the new connector roadway, which allows them to have access to Borthwick Ave. Likewise, the Fairfield Inn would have access to the connector road, which would give them access to Coakley Road. Right now, each of these businesses only has one access to one road and not the other. This would open up access to both businesses, to both roadways. A sidewalk would be built along the frontage of the Granite Group in the city right-of-way. This new sidewalk would connect to a new sidewalk along the connector roadway, connecting to the existing multi-use path along Borthwick Avenue, which leads to the rail trail and the other facilities along Hodgson Way. The next slide, please. This, as mentioned, the takings that we're looking for from each site would be centered along the existing property line, so it's about equal impacts on each site. And there would be some wetlands buffer work on each end of the connector roadway. There are wetlands on the other side of Coakley and on the other side of Borthwick Avenue. The buffer area of those wetlands areas does extend into the area for this new roadway. So one of the first steps we would need would be a conditional use permit from the planning board for working in the wetlands buffer area on this roadway. Next slide, please. In addition to the permanent takings from each parcel, we would be seeking temporary easements during the construction of the roadway and improvements to the lots. There would be a temporary easement along the Granite Group for the construction of the sidewalk, closing of their driveway, and repainting, regrading of their parking lot. Likewise, along the Fairfield Inn, there would be temporary easements for construction within their parking lot to provide the sidewalk and parking spaces on Coakley, changing some median islands, closing off the parking area, and redoing their parking area and dumpster area here at the bottom of their parking lot. So there is temporary easements as well as the permanent takings. Next slide. And there's mentioned there was a 2019 traffic study done for the West End Yards project, which contemplated the connector roadway and what would happen if the volumes were shifted from Coakley Cottage intersection down to the Hodgson Way intersection. That traffic study was done pre-COVID. Traffic conditions have certainly changed a lot. And that traffic study said that things would not work well if this project was done. Well, there's a new project that's just coming on. They came to TAC last week for a development of apartment buildings at the corner of the Chevy dealership. And what they've done in their initial traffic study, we haven't seen the full study yet, but they have provided these existing traffic volume counts, which shows there's a substantially less traffic at West End Yards at Borthwick Ave than was projected in that 2019 study. So looking at these numbers, I feel very confident that if we were to close off the median at Coakley and Cottage and redirect all those left turns down to Hodgson Way and Borthwick, that intersection would work. Of course, we would do a full traffic study to implement it as part of the engineering work with that traffic signal removal project. That would be the first step, would be a full, complete engineering study to determine the feasibility. But this is a very good sign that we have these new counts that were just conducted this year that shows traffic volumes are much less than projected in that 2019 study. Next one. So next steps is if we do get approval to go forward, then we would be going to the Concom for a recommendation and the Planning Board for a wetland conditional use for work in the wetland buffer. We would work with the property owners to acquire the property and get the right-of-way for the new roadway. The Coakley Road culvert, we would then determine a method to attack the replacement of that culvert, knowing that we have a connector road or whether we don't have a connector road, depending on how the outcome of this hearing goes. And that will allow us to move forward with picking a consultant and getting the design of that culvert done. And we could get that. We anticipate construction on that Hodgson Brook culvert in 2027. Kate Street Bridge is another one there where we are working with the state. It's a state-funded project as well on a grant. We would be working to get a consultant on board and construction schedule on that in 2028. And then the signal removal, if it happens, would be the last step after all these other connector roads and Kate Street bridges and culverts are replaced and up and operating. That would allow us to remove that signal at Coakley and Cottage and extend the median through to remove the left turns down to Hodgson Way. I think that is the last slide.
It is.
Yep. Be glad to take any questions or.
Questions to the council. Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I have a question about predicted traffic from the new connector onto Borthwick. So for residents coming out of this neighborhood, turning in the morning in particular, coming out and needing to turn left there to get to Route 1, what do we anticipate as far as the challenge of pulling out in that particular space if you're pulling across traffic? Because I know there's a lot of traffic that's coming that way for the hospital in the morning.
Yeah, coming down Borthwick, yeah.
Yes.
We would do, part of the engineering study, the traffic study, would look at that intersection as well and determine if there's any additional traffic levels of control that's needed. You know, originally it would be a stop sign, would be the initial reaction. And if it's, I highly doubt it would need a traffic signal. The amount of volume coming out of Coakley Road is not high in the morning. We do have counts, as was shown in that traffic study for at the Chevy dealership lot. I don't anticipate that it would need a signal, but that would be part of the traffic study done for the project. The initial engineering study would determine what type of traffic control would be needed there.
Assistant Mayor. Thanks,
Thank you.
Councilor Cook.
Eric, as an alternative to this, price-wise, if we were to build a temporary bridge or access point for Coakley, if this road, this connector was not built, could you kind of analyze those two options financially?
I don't know if I could call on Eric. But he's the numbers guy with the construction, but I think we were looking at approximately equal cost or half the cost, if I have that right. Let me put words in your mouth.
We didn't do a heavy analysis into that, but approximately, the effort of putting in a temporary bridge or truncating constructability where we're trying to do half at a time, that might actually change the concept of like what we do for the culvert replacement or the bridge replacement. We anticipate that we thought it was about half the price of the road itself, maybe 500,000 plus type thing, just to and that's what we experienced on doing the Maplewood Bridge, keeping half of the traffic lane open. It really affects schedule and it affects the construction sequencing and the constructability side of things. So, we don't have firm numbers until we actually get through the design phase, but it's very expensive, and there are some significant environmental impacts if we do temporary traffic control and things like that, because that's essentially you'd be filling in the wetland to put in temporary structures and things like that. So, we think this way is probably less environmental impacts, and it's a reasonable cost, and it's a good value proposition from the city because it achieves some goals while also enabling cost savings through a bridge type project. So.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilor Blaylock.
Thank you. I just want to confirm, if this was completed, the Coakley neighborhood would have two ways out of their neighborhood?
Correct.
Where they currently only have one?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Denton.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have a comment and a question. The comment comes more from a resident from the neighborhood who was there, who was requesting that when the sidewalk is put in, that essentially goes to the connector, if it could be extended further down to where the replacement bridge is going to be. And then the question I had, you mentioned environmental impacts. You had mentioned this would have to go to the Conservation Commission due to the wetlands. There's also probably half a dozen to a dozen trees that were there. So would that be part of the plan to replace the trees as well that were being removed?
Yeah, we do have a landscaping plan as part of the set. I think originally it's just mostly loam and seed, some low bushes around the intersection of the driveways, but we could look up to see if we could get some trees on the site as well. It would require working with the landowners and see if they want them and where they would like them. And we could certainly look and see if there's room in the right of way to put any more trees.
Thank you.
Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sorry to ask another question. What has been the response so far from the landowners? I think that's a really key piece to this, because whenever we're considering taking any property, we need to know kind of where they stand on a a road like this?
Yes, in my discussions with the Granite Group folks, their concern is that they have access for their large tractor trailer deliveries coming in and out of the site, which they have 2 driveways on Coakley, and they come in one and circle back and use the other. So we need to make sure that we can get their trucks in and out of their site as they do today. Other than that, they were very happy to get access to Borthwick Ave. They have a lot of people coming up Borthwick trying to find their business and can't currently. So this would give them better visibility, better access. In our discussions with the Fairfield Inn, they were mostly concerned that they didn't lose any parking. So we've made efforts to make sure we maintain at least the same amount of parking on the site, adjacent to the site, because some of it will be in the connector roadway layout and some on the Coakley Road, but it will be there for their use.
And just as a follow-on, if this moves forward and then we do have to close Coakley, will we be providing additional signage for those businesses where their signage is located on Coakley, not on Borthwick?
Yes, we would certainly have the sign package out on the bypass, directing the business people how to get to these 2 businesses. It would be probably mainly the Granite Group that would be affected, because they wouldn't have the people are used to getting their Fairfield Inn on Borthwick, and that would continue.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing no other questions, Eric, thank you for the presentation. Can we just land the plane a little bit on the benefit here, although it's tying into future work in the future of Circle redone or improvements. This is specifically to save money in terms of the bridge that will need to be repaired, providing more access, and then potentially, if a signal were to be removed, this would be the first step towards removing the signal and improving the gridlock that currently happens at Borthwick as it meets Route 1.
Yes, yeah. The culvert replacement on Coakley is the primary need at this point, but that opens up the possibility of removing the signal later on.
Got it.
Getting rid of that gridlock.
Okay, do we need, I guess Trevor's making his way up, and so there's something legal that we must do before we vote on this?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to kind of lay out exactly what you're going to be voting on. From a legal perspective, you're laying out a highway, so that means the initial inquiry is into whether there is what's called occasion to lay out this new highway. Is this layout in the public interest, really is what that means. Then analyzing the public interest, you have to weigh the public interest against the private interest being taken here, because it's not nothing, certainly. Been appraisals done on the legal interest being that would be taken here, and there's certainly value there. So it's up to the city council to kind of weigh those two. Obviously there is a public interest and there's private interest being impacted here as well. And if you resolve that is in the that weighs in favor of the public interest, then you should vote in favor of the resolution as drafted.
Attorney McCourt, how would we go best about weighing the cost to the taking? Is it purely on the appraised value of this? Can we take into consideration the additional frontage on the road that will be provided? And I won't speak for the property owner, but as Eric describes, allowing easier access, at least to the Granite Group, how do we weigh those points against the public interest that Portsmouth has in this road?
Well, certainly, Mayor, and all land is unique, as we know, and while there are appraisals that do put value on land all the time, that's not the only value that land has, certainly, and certainly not all value of all land can have a monetary value on it, and sometimes the impact that's on a private property owner is going to really outweigh whatever public aim you're trying to accomplish by conducting a layout, by conducting eminent domain. I think in this case, staff has done their best to try to accommodate the private interest being impacted here by providing special access for them off of the new connector road, by providing enhanced parking benefits for the hotel at least, which is having the parking impacts. Staff has done their best to try and design this in such a way as to minimize the actual practical impacts on the property owners. So that's how staff has kind of analyzed it. Certainly, there are other arguments that could be made, although they've not been made here tonight.
Okay, so I guess why I'll be supporting this are three reasons. The first is the safety, I guess, to the neighborhood. We would not have outlined this as Eric has described, a 1,500 foot connector road. It's hard to imagine, but a fire or an ambulance going up to the intersection, hanging a right, hanging another right to get to the hospital when there could be a quicker and safer access there. The second would be the wetlands impact if we were to need to replace the bridge on Coakley. The impact to the wetland specifically, building out into the wetlands significantly would have an impact. While this is in the wetland buffer, this is on the other side of a road, and so the wetlands will be better protected here. And then finally, the cost to the taxpayer here and being able to save some of that money that would go into keeping in a much larger. I think these are going to outweigh the private interests in this case, which seems already to be working with staff, but based on, I guess, my reading in the presentation, I'll support this from a cost, safety, and wetlands incursion standpoint.
Your Honor, we have a point of clarification from the attorney.
So I had a question about the public hearing coming before the presentation versus after, and I think the agenda said it would come after. So I have one citizen who would like us to reopen the public hearing for a question.
Okay.
Not hearing the presentation, if the council is willing to do so.
Your Honor, I move to suspend the rules to reopen the public hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Good evening, Elizabeth Bratter, property owner, 159 McDonough Street. I travel that road quite a bit. But my concern is in regards to how close the shortcut road, I guess I'm going to call it, is to the set of lights at Borthwick. I didn't look at this carefully. I've been following it for a while, but my concern is that if it's too close, no light could be added there. And in the morning, there are lots of cars that take that right onto Borthwick going towards the hospital. Enough so that they added an extra large parking lot there because they have so many people coming in there, as well as people going to Liberty Mutual. So if I lived in the Coakley Road neighborhood and I needed to take a left to take my kids to school, and I'm pretty sure they go to New Franklin, I'm not 100% sure of that you would need to cross Borthwick Ave and make a left and get across. You could go to Crate Street. But coming out of the connector road, you'd need to make a left onto Borthwick. So I just want to be sure that what Mr. Eby explained about having a stop sign there, that keeps the people coming from the Coakley neighborhood to stop. But if they're making a left there, can a light be added based on the distance it is from the other existing light? There's all those little federal rules. So he might be able to answer that. And this will have a huge impact. Even if you're the only person who comes out of there, if you've got to get your kid to school and you have to cross that traffic, that could take you a long time. And kids often run late in the morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Eric might rise to speak again on this, but as I understand, we're not discussing a future or a potential removal of a traffic light. We're talking about adding it at the moment, and this would be incorporated into the traffic study if we were to remove that traffic light in the future and extend the median so that you couldn't take a left out of Coakley at the moment. But Eric, is that correct?
That's correct. Building the connector road does not mean that signal is definitely going away. So it's just right. Building a connector road gives the neighborhood a second point of access. In the future, we would look at the future conditions and determine if that signal could be removed, but it's not going to be happening immediately as part of this project. And that would be analyzed as part of the full traffic study to see if what it needs for traffic control and what's feasible.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Liz. Anybody else want to bite at the apple? All right.
Sorry.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. My name is Catherine Waldwick, but I usually am only called Catherine when I'm in trouble, so you can call me Kate or Katie. I live on 30 Parker Street, but my only question about this development is, one of the things I worry about is if the city spends money to acquire this land to build this, are we potentially subsidizing a future developer building on the Chevrolet lot? Is it a lot that with the current setup may not actually pass through TAC because of congestion and safety issues, but if we were to build this connector road, would offset it enough to then allow a developer to be able to build there and ease any traffic concerns there. So I guess a question just would be, is for future development on this lot, if this work occurs on the city's dime and someone can build, you know, more dense things there, would there be any way that we as a city would be subsidized for that in return, given that we are doing work on behalf of someone there to be able to potentially put more density, whatever one chose to build there?
Thank you, Kate. Sorry, City Attorney and Liz, could we take the conversation outside here? And so, Kate, thank you for the question, and I believe that is through a project that is in TAC at the moment. Eric, do you want to speak to whether or not this would have bearing on that current project?
Yes, I'm glad for the question because I forgot to mention that project that's going through TAC. I sit on TAC myself and have been reviewing their project. So their traffic study is assuming no connector road, no change in the signal. So they have to be able to make their project work under existing conditions. If they can't, then they don't get the benefit of the connector road or the signal removal in their traffic study. It needs to work as it is. But they are proposing to do some public improvements, community space, walking trails. So I think we'd be able to work with them as far as getting sidewalks built to the neighborhood. But no, we're not subsidizing their project. In fact, we would be looking for them to help subsidize the city with this project because it's going to benefit their residents as well. So they have to make their project work without that.
Thank you, Eric. So, Kate, to your question, not going to have a bearing on this. There was a resident at the public hearing or at the necessity walkthrough that had some questions on that project and specifically maybe a disinterest in the walking trails as presented currently. And so they were the same with the question on the sidewalk. So hopefully something in the future can be worked out where there's a benefit and the neighborhood feels as though it is being improved by future development. So thank you for the question, Kate. Any other public comments?
I can comment again, right?
I think so. I think for public hearings, you get to speak an unlimited amount. But I would say, brevity is an effective argument as well.
I'll keep it brief again. This is Tyler Garza, 62 McKinley. I just wanted to point out, you could just as easily remove the Coakley culvert entirely and create the connector road. Induced demand is what will be created on Route 1, not just left turns. That's not what we're concerned with. And this is how car culture perpetuates, guys. You're making the next generation pay the bill, making the city less safe as more people will drive, and pretending to protect the wetlands and raising a false flag for public safety. It's the usual playbook. This is generally how this stuff plays out. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers in the public hearing? I'm going to close it for real this time. All right. Closing the public hearing. Any other comments of the council? 2 for or against. Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. Normally, I'm really opposed to any suggestion that we take any property from anyone. But I understand the critical nature of this situation where we have a red listed bridge. And that's a danger to the public taking that route, and we only have one access point to this neighborhood. So I can understand the need and the reduction in cost by building this connector road. And that makes the replacement of the culvert a lot less expensive and even potentially not necessary. We haven't reached that stage of the project. We're just talking about a connector road today. But one of the additional benefits that we're not talking about is that this connector road provides a connection to a multi-use path into the rail trail, which I think is a benefit to the residents of this neighborhood, because currently they don't have that direct connection. At least if you're riding a bike, you'd have to skip some curbs to go through private property to access that multi-use path. So there's an advantage here for connecting not just cars, but pedestrians and bicycles to other routes in town by providing this connector road. So I think that that's one of the hidden benefits that we're seeing by implementing this project. And I appreciate the fact that the property owners didn't have objections to moving forward. In fact, that it will benefit them in some way, so that in that sense it benefits the neighborhood and the two property owners, and that's positive to hear. So in that sense, I'll support it.
Back with another legal item.
Sorry, Mayor, thank you. Councilor Cook, I just wanted to, made me remember something I had meant to say to you all. Is the reason why why staff has brought this forward as eminent domain, as a taking, because of course we don't propose these things lightly either, is that this is the most efficient way to preserve the existing property rights of the two property owners, as opposed to acquiring a roadway easement or conducting a subdivision, which would require site plan review and all these other things. Whereas this, by doing it as eminent domain layout of a right of way, it's a government action which preserves each of the two properties as lawful non-conforming uses. That's why we've approached it in this manner. But I thought that was important for the council to know. Thank you.
Attorney McCourt?
I was just say thank you for that clarification. I think that is an important clarification.
Any other comments? Well, I appreciate the work of staff and both attorneys and transportation. Also appreciate some of the comments against perpetuating car culture. Understand that. We'll continue to, I think that in this case, where there's an opportunity to make something, it's going to cost less, it'll have less of an impact on the wetlands, and connect, as Councilor Cook points out, to the rail trail. That's a positive. That I think the more opportunities we have to connect residents with meaningful bike infrastructure, the rail trail being the best example of that, access through Borthwick up on Eileen Foley Drive and right there. It's a win for the city in getting more people on bikes and out of cars. Not going to be a panacea by any means, even if this glides through and the signal makes sense to take out. Disappointed to tell my neighbors on Bartlett Street that we've got to wait for the state to redo the traffic circle before our traffic gets better. That's going to be a disappointment, but this will be hopefully a part of a small thing we can do on this section to improve it. So with that, I believe we need a roll call vote because it's an eminent domain case. Is that true, Kelly?
It's probably best to do a
All right,
roll call,
we'll do it-
but I don't
we'll
know
do
if
it
it's
that way.
required. Assistant Mayor Kelly.
Yes.
Counselor Tabor.
Yes.
Counselor Cook.
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Counselor Blaylock.
Yes.
Counselor Bagley.
Yes.
Counselor Moreau.
Yes.
Counselor Lombardi.
Yes.
Mayor McCackron.
Yes.
Unanimous.
All right. Thank you, Kelly. The next public hearing will take place, that was referenced for the resolution authorizing a bond issue. That's going to go on the August 4th. Apologies on that for anyone that did not get that update. Next is the public hearing and second reading of ordinance amending Chapter 7 Vehicles, Traffic and Parking, Article 3, Traffic Ordinance, Section 7.324, time limited free parking for residents and special military license plates. A, free 15-minute parking for residents, and B, free 3-hour parking for special military license plates. First, we have a presentation, council questions, public hearing, and additional questions.
Turning to staff, Ben, do you want to come up and speak? Thank you.
So don't believe we've got any tiles for you guys tonight, or slides for you guys tonight, but everybody has in their iPad packet an assessment of how I came to the figures that I did in terms of what I think the revenue change might be to enact this type of program, this initiative, and some assessments also as requested as to what revenue changes might occur with a 25-cent, 50-cent, 75-cent, and $1 increase to the front end of our current $2/$5 pricing structure for on-street parking. And that would be to say, to leave the $5 the same after that third hour, but then $2.25, $2.50, $2.75, and $3 against what I believe the revenue loss will hopefully conservatively be for the 15-minute initiative. The division does not have any issue with the veteran situation. We are already treating veterans under the same profile as ADA, which is to give them 3 hours free, and if they want to stay in a certain space beyond that, or move to another one beyond that, then they would be required to start a parking session. So the division has no issue with that.
Any questions? I guess I have one on the, and sorry, I didn't have access to my iPad, so I didn't see this email to us. So on the Park Once multiplier, when we have 1 hour and we're looking at a monthly revenue loss of 9,000 or 9,000, where are we breaking out the PM fees must still be paid on 0 transactions? Can you explain why that's on, or why that's not being, I guess, double counted?
So for every Park Mobile transaction, we are required to pay Park Mobile that 25 cents.
Correct.
So regardless of whether it's a 0 transaction or a monetary transaction, we're going to have to pay that 25-cent fee. So that's where that column comes into play.
And that's on if it was for, we don't charge that for residents currently.
Correct. The city pays Park Mobile 25 cents for every transaction.
Correct.
For non-resident transactions, we collect 35 cents, and for resident transactions, we collect nothing. But the fact is we have a mix of 95 to 5%, so it actually ends up being a profit share on the city's behalf, where the other meter, the legacy meter systems, we have to pay service charges for software, monthly charges for software for the big meters and the small meters, the legacy, the metal systems where you would touch. But in this case, this system is paying us about $80,000 a year.
Right. I guess what I'm trying to get, but we would be charging, the 25 cents is charged for a 15-minute increment.
For any increment.
For any increment, yeah. So it's currently charged, and how much are we losing a year for the resident parking on this?
Well, residents are currently required to pay $1.25 as a
I know,
minimum,
but I guess because we're counting it as 25-cent loss, I'm looking at how much are we losing on the 25-cent loss right now in terms of residents starting the session.
So we're making roughly 77,000 transactions where we're collecting 35 cents, but only paying out on 5,000 transactions where we're paying 25 cents. So the number of dimes we're collecting vastly outweighs the number of quarters we're paying out on the other end. So it actually ends up being a profit share for us.
I know, but in that same logic, this would also be a profit share, right? Because we would be still collecting more 25 or 35-cent fees on. So I'm just looking at not as a cost. What I'm looking at is, like, we're currently, forget the non-residents for a second. How much are we losing not charging the resident fee currently?
With a mix of residents and non-resident.
Just focused on the residents. How much money are we losing not collecting on residents in the on the resident discounted parking program at the moment? Okay, I'll put it a different way. We could collect 25 cents per resident transaction right now that we're not, right?
I suppose you could charge whatever you would.
Right, well, we could charge what we could charge, I'm saying Park Mobile charges us 25 cents for every transaction. We are not passing that on to residents currently.
Correct.
How much is that costing the city of Portsmouth?
So we're running about 5,000 transactions a month, non-resident, or excuse me, resident, at 25 cents. So whatever that math makes out to. However, again, we're collecting 78,000 of 35 cents, which overlaps that and cancels that out to the point of a $75,000 profit share annually. So we're making money. Park Mobile pays us to exist, where the other meter systems, we have to pay them to have them.
Right, so I guess what I'm,
Did I?
what's it?
5,000 times 25 cents is $1,250.
Times 12.
Roughly a month, yes, sure.
15,000.
Okay, so I guess like the question I'm trying to get to is why this is, why are we looking at the like why is this being counted as an like additional cost to the city? And are we double counting the current revenue loss that we have on the Park Mobile sessions that are for residents that are starting?
So the current Park Mobile resident session is $1.25 minimum. So we're getting $1 on that transaction against the 25 cents. $1.25 against the 25 cents that we have to pay Park Mobile. In this case, we'd be getting nothing.
Correct.
And paying the 25 cents. So there's the difference.
For 15 minutes.
That, for sure, yeah.
And if they extended to, I guess what I'm not seeing here is the amount of people that would extend to pay the resident rate on here, if they extended their time period, because they're in the app.
Again, these are assumptions based on what I think the behavior will be. I think we're encouraging folks, since the app cannot support a single application of 15 minutes free for a particular resident on a particular day, that we believe that that's what the Park One's multiplier is. We believe that people will now move from location to location, and instead of parking once and walking from location to location and visiting different stores, they'll simply move their vehicle from space to space.
Okay, so when, I guess like before, go to System Mayor, where was that information was that in the council packet? That the app can't support this?
It's a footnote in the worksheet.
Okay, so I think until we have, a conversation with Park Mobile on why they can't support this as a timed out, and how did they come to the conclusion that they can't support one 15-minute session as a session?
As per license plate, this is what they told me. I don't know how the app is programmed. If I did, I'd be programming apps.
Okay. Well, I guess like probably need information from Park Mobile directly on, why we can charge a fee, or the app is smart enough to know if you're moving towards from one area to another when it comes to the park and pay.
Because the person chooses the different area. That's how the app knows. When you move from one area to another and you start another parking session, well, you're in this zone versus that zone.
System Mayor.
So I guess I view this slightly different than the mayor, but I guess my question is, if somebody were to purchase an hour, if a resident were to purchase an hour, do we have the ability to give them a bonus 15 minutes? So switching the way we view this, right? So we're viewing it right now as the first 15 is free, potentially. But instead of viewing it as if you're a resident and you purchase an hour, you automatically get an hour 15 or an hour 30. So you're tacking on a bonus at the end instead of the 15 in the beginning. And then the question that I had also was, we talked about only allowing this once per plate, but based on your assumption, or what I'm hearing is that you're concerned of abuse of that, but they wouldn't get that extra 15 minutes if they moved. They would only get it one time a day.
Park Mobile told me that they cannot support stopping it at one.
Okay.
So they will be able to use it again and again. So, and the current discount is roughly 22 minutes off the first hour anyhow, or actually each hour.
Okay.
So am I correct that what we're modeling here in this worksheet is people are only grabbing 15 minutes free? And when that's done, they'd jump to another lily pad. They'd find another 15-minute free. What if, and I think this may be the more common, somebody goes downtown and they want to have dinner, they want to have entertainment, they want to shop, and they're going to be there. The parking session will be several hours. I'm not sure why we would then model that the $1.25 first hour completely goes away. It may slide back 15 minutes, but I would think in that case where somebody's downtown for more than 15 minutes, we don't have a significant revenue loss.
So to my understanding, in order to make this work the way I understand the initiative is you would have to allow for a 15-minute session. And that 15-minute session would be at $0, and then that person would get the usual warning, hey, your text is saying you're running out of time, do you want to add, and so on. There's no way to know how that behavior will change. My assumption is it will change to the negative so that we can be conservative with our numbers. Mr. Andy Hill is with us tonight, who did the 10-year parking assessment. He's here as a favor to the city, and he thinks that these numbers might be a little bit conservative, and I hope he's wrong, and I hope I'm wrong. But our concern is really not about revenue at all. As I mentioned before, our concern is about adding a higher demand profile to an already difficult situation where we have a supply versus demand issue that is untenable, as seen in the results of the 10-year parking study, saying that we probably need to be looking quickly towards more inventory, so there are more places to put cars, in which case this discussion would change entirely. If we had plenty of places to put everybody, then this discussion is a very easy one to have. But in the current situation we're in, we're only talking about adding more vehicles to the carbon footprint, to the congestion, to the frustration, to the downtown area from the one demographic that we have an opportunity to encourage to maybe use alternative modes. Respectfully.
Councilor Bagley.
Hey, thank you, Your Honor. I apologize. I didn't realize that we had seen we had to upload to the iPads. I only had the information in the packet available to me. It seems to me that there's a lot of questions about the 15-minute part. However, I don't think there's a lot of questions about the veteran parking. Is there any way we can divide?
Yeah, I could speak to
postpone. Councilor Denton.
So, if I may, my thought after the public hearing, then after any amendments are made to paragraph A, because people might want to make changes to that, I want to make a motion to strike paragraph A as amended. That way, if people do not want to pass the 15-minute portion, whatever it becomes, but they want to support the other portion, they can vote to strike paragraph A, and then we'll see where the cards fall. So that way, you could potentially, if you don't support, if the majority of the council does not support the 15-minute portion, that would be taken out, and then there could be a vote on just the veteran parking portion, which would likely have more support.
Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just have a legal question. Is it possible to just divide the question into two parts rather than necessarily striking part of it?
You can divide the question. I'm not sure how you would propose to do that.
I mean, dividing out A and B so that we have two separate
Vote on-
votes.
Yep, yes,
Vote on
definitely.
B first.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other questions? Councilor Bagley.
I guess we have to have the public hearing before we do anything. Yes.
Thank you, Ben. I'll open it. Oh, Councilor Lombardi.
I just have a question. A lot is being said. There's an assumption that people would, every 15 minutes, move their car. And I find that hard to believe myself. If I park my car for 15 minutes because I want to go in and get a cup of coffee, But if I want to do something longer, I'm going to run out, move my car to another space, probably take, maybe at least 5-10 minutes to get another space, then park it, and then walk and do 25 or 15 minutes again, and go back to my car and move it again. And I just don't think there's a lot of logic in terms of assuming that that would happen.
Ben, any thoughts you'd like to share on the amount of people that are going to park 15 minutes at a time?
Respectfully, this happens a lot and will happen a lot.
In terms of, and the assumptions in the packet are for how many as a percentage that are going to be taking this up?
Well, I put in what I called a multiplier of 1.5. So instead of one visit, I think 1.5 visits per user, trying to figure out how many would not do it at all, or how many would stay longer, and how many would do it multiple times. Again, these are assessments, they're assumptions. I hope I'm wrong on all of it.
Right. I guess like what I'm on that specific point, understanding the 1.5 says assumes resident users will drive to more businesses individually as opposed as parking once and walking to multiple destinations.
Right.
So is that to mean that they will frequent the downtown more often, or in the downtown they will drive from each business to each business that they would like to?
Latter.
The latter, so not an increase. So
Very hard to believe.
with, when do we think that that's going to, I guess, that will happen regardless of space within the downtown? And does that take into account, I guess, if they're parking at 15-minute meters where they can't stay longer than 15 minutes because there's other enforcement mechanisms there?
Yeah, they'd be required to move in that case. But what we saw when we used to have a 3-hour time limit, as opposed to 3 hours at $2, and then it began to be $5 after that, we saw people routinely moving literally one space over again and again and again throughout the day, just so that the chalk mark on the tire would be different and we couldn't cite them for being there longer than 3 hours. It's super common.
And for that, what was the multiplier that we used there?
I used a 1.5 multiplier for that.
So we're assuming the same activity or the same actions will occur from residents for 15 minutes as they would for 3 hours?
I think the behavior will return, yes.
Okay. I guess, but could we agree that there might be a difference in behavior and multiplier between 15-minute extra parking and hours of extra parking at a reduced rate of, I guess it would be $3 per hour?
Sure. This is all speculation. Respectfully, this is what I think is going to happen. And again, Mr. Hill behind me has another 30 years beyond mine experience in this industry, and he believes that these are conservative numbers, that it might be even more impactful.
Okay. And then just on the, we're not counting, I guess I just want to be clear, in these revenue projections or lost revenue projections, the top is the top line is we're currently losing, it's just for park mobile revenue loss, currently paid sessions by, okay, so this is, I guess this is what I have a hard time understanding, is that we have it seems like we're counting those losses, and maybe just run through the numbers so I can understand, but it seems like we're counting those losses that we currently experience as losses that will also be experienced in the future where the residents have a 15-minute free parking.
Okay, so currently the minimum charge is $1.25, so we're automatically collecting $1 on each of those transactions.
Where we could, I guess, like that's
Like
maybe
a
the difference
zero
is that we would
under this.
we would have, we're currently giving up the 25. We're currently not passing through the 25-cent charge.
So we're collecting $1.25.
Yes, I understand that, but we are the resident parking rate is $1.25 per hour.
Mm-hmm.
we're not collecting the 25-cent charge for this.
Right, so the city nets $1 on that transaction.
Right. Are we also then counting, for the purposes of this projection, are we also counting the, these same, like these same residents that we're currently using, or these an additional number of residents that are going to be doing this as well, in addition to the residents that are currently doing it?
This is the 5,000 residents we're seeing monthly now with a 1.5 multiplier, so 7,500. We think that another 50% will be accessing the downtown and using 15-minute spots. And then the second section of this is what I call opportunity cost. Anybody that's in a space that's either paying nothing or paying the lower rate, that means a non-resident can't pay the $4.51 that they normally average pay for that space as well. And so that's what the second section is about. And there's a section in here about gaining some of that money back in the garages. And that's where you get, and if you look at the gray figures, 135, 94, that's where those figures come together there.
Okay. Does it assume that all of the 5,000 that we're talking about here, it will be a multiplier of 1.5 because they will go from, they're currently multiplied at 1 right now? Those city residents that are using this? Like they're currently not being multiplied in terms of their behavior?
No, it's just 5,000, yeah.
5,000. Okay, we expect that to go to 7,500 based on, but I guess like where I'm having a hard time following the math is that we already currently don't collect the 25 cents from them. And the assumption is then that all of these are going to not stay longer than 15 minutes in the math. Is that a correct way of reading this?
That's the assumption here.
Okay.
And again, some of them
But
will.
5,000 are currently using it right now, so they're not going to, we can't, can we assume that they're going to turn into people that are just moving around for 15 minutes at a time, all of them, plus 2,500?
Again, these are assessments and speculations. So I don't know. I mean, I hope not. But I'm concerned that will be a majority of the case, yes.
Okay. So I guess the assumption as it's laid out here is that 5,000 residents that currently use the resident parking rate, and we don't charge the 25 cent, will park and shorten their stay to 15 minutes where they were currently paying $1, all of them, plus a portion of them will start moving their cars around every 15 minutes to avoid paying anything if they need to stay longer. Is that? Okay.
Your Honor.
System.
Ben, and you may not have this information right now, and that's okay. Is there a way, do we have like analytics on what our average length of stay is for a resident?
Mm-hmm. Average length of stay for a resident is, I think, 322. Because, and part of the reason is because they're already required to pay for that hour.
Yeah.
So a lot of people in that mindset are like, well, I may as well
Be down.
go to this, go to that, add some time, go to this next door, next door, next door. So when you encourage people to come and go on the quick basis, you're going to see a lot more of that behavior, whereas in this case, we're encouraging an hour stay, and you see longer stays because of that.
And do you know what our average is for a non-resident?
$4.51, which is a little over 2 hours.
Okay, so we're finding that residents are staying longer.
Non-residents stay longer.
I'm sorry.
Non-residents stay longer in a space.
Can you repeat those numbers to me? I'm sorry, I thought you just said 3.
Top of my head, 3 and change.
Speaking dollars,
Oh, you're speaking dollars, not hours.
Yes, dollars.
Okay.
Sorry. $4.51 versus 3 and change for the other, or 2 and change, excuse me, for the other. Yeah, so they stay about half hour to 45 minutes longer. Non-residents do.
Okay.
And you know we can understand why. You know,
Yeah.
they've come a long way. So.
Thank you.
Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. There are two benefits we get as city councilors for doing this job. One of them is getting paid $1,650 a year. The other is a parking pass. And I know personally that has definitely been an incentive to change my behavior with going downtown. And that's one of the reasons that I'm downtown so often, and I know that there's available parking on the street downtown because I'm downtown frequently because I have a parking pass. So, and I used to walk. I used to walk a lot more downtown, or when I went downtown, I was going down to park for a long period of time, and now I can make multiple trips in a day. I'm not worried about initiating a parking trip. I'm not worried about parking for 30 minutes because I have free parking. So I know it's definitely changed my behavior, having that free parking. How much of what you do in parking is about incentivizing behavior as far as parking programs go?
100%. Every pricing decision we make, with the exception of we supply money to dozens of outside of parking programs and salaries and such, with the exception of making sure that I can continue that revenue stream, it's all about behavior management for us, 100%. And we've heard from folks like Director Rice, who's not here tonight, but says that he's never bothered to get the app because he lives on South Street and he walks into town, but if he gets the 15 minutes free, by golly, he's going to get the app and he's going to start taking his vehicle into town. And so I know we've all heard him say that. So
thank you.
City Attorney Morrell.
Just to clarify on Councilor Cook's question, if you can divide the question, yes, because there's two independent parts here. But if one part passes and the other doesn't, just to clarify, you will need to come back for a second reading on the ordinance. It would be a substantial change.
Thank you.
All right. Ready for the public comment or public hearing? Thank you, Ben.
Thanks, Ben.
Thanks, Andy.
2-4 against. Name and city.
You're here.
Oh, yeah, sit back down. Good evening, Elizabeth Bratter, 159 McDonough Street, property owner. I've always been a big fan of parking because I lived in the McDonough Street area for 35 years and have property down there, and I'm down there almost every day. So what I understood Mr. Fletcher to say was that residents already get 22 minutes free because they're residents. That's what I heard him say. Maybe I misunderstood, but the resident pass gives you a discount, and that discount amounts to 22 minutes free. The other question I have is in regards to the special military license plates. Is that going to be for residents, or is that going to be for anybody who has a special military license plate? Because we are a military city. Many of the people who worked at Pease liked it here so much and retired here. I know many of them, and I'm like, wow, half the military people still live here. Then, of course, we have Kittery across the way. So we're already fighting for parking spaces, although Councilor Cook can find them. I want to see those. And I personally pay the meters when I go downtown. We do have a handicap plate, but I don't use it unless my handicapped husband is with me. So I actually do pay the meters, but I don't have one of those passes because I'm not a resident. So I do have a concern about offering that free parking to everybody who has one of those plates, because we haven't looked at, and it hasn't come up in conversation, how many people in Portsmouth, how many residents of Portsmouth actually have military license plates. That would be an interesting number to look at, and I see a lot of them. So I'd be curious about that, and how many people have handicap plates, because those also become free parking spaces. And there are 15-minute spaces around town. If you use them like I do, you often know where they are. If I get something from the toy store, I call them ahead of time, and they'll come out and bring me my present, and I'll park illegally in front of the toy store. They'll run out with my whatever, and I already paid for it, and then off I go. So there are ways to go downtown and do 15-minute things without even having to use the meter. You do have to take the chance that you might get a ticket. So just saying that the way I understand it is the 15-minute parking, residents are already getting 22 minutes free. And I'd love to know what the numbers are in regards to how many people in Portsmouth already have special military license plates or handicap plates, and how many would that amount to? Thank you.
Thank you, Liz.
Yehuda, 2A South Street. So my question and my problem is about the second part of this, as Liz stated. I don't have any problem with our Portsmouth vets and our Portsmouth military receiving this. I do have a problem with residents picking up the cost for all military and all vets anywhere to get this benefit. So I urge you to ask for dollars on this and think about the residents and what they're picking up here. Thank you.
Thank you, Petra.
Bill Lyons, 62 Mendham Avenue, Portsmouth. And while I enthusiastically support the City Council and Chamber collaborative goal of bringing more residents into the downtown, I have concerns about the proposal to add 15 minutes of free parking. My perspective is as a transportation planner, member of Portsmouth's Sustainability Committee and Bike and Pedestrian Working Group, and past member of the Blue Ribbon Committee on Transportation Policy. I'm more of a big picture transportation planner, although I really appreciated the presentation on the assumptions and the modeling and the forecasting. That was very helpful. But talking about core transportation planning principles and trying to apply them to the proposal, a core planning principle is that free parking is ill-advised when the parking supply is limited and the demand is high and growing, as forecast in the recent parking study for our popular downtown. The proposal is intended to generate new trips, not necessarily discounts for current trips, which will result in more vehicle miles, more traffic congestion, more consumption of fossil fuels, more air pollution, and more greenhouse gas emissions. The new Portsmouth Climate Action Plan, the CAP, identifies transportation as the major source of community greenhouse gas emissions in Portsmouth at 60%, primarily from individual car trips. To meet the CAP's goal of a zero carbon future, there are priority strategies in the CAP to reduce personal vehicle trips through shifts to environmentally friendly transportation modes, specifically walking, biking, and public transit, including consideration of innovative microtransit or shuttle bus directly connecting more residents from neighborhoods and major corridors to downtown and key destinations such as the CNJ terminal. The parking app currently provides a generous residents parking discount, which I appreciate, that works well. Estimates, I think, from the last meeting are that the additional discount will reduce the parking funds by $400,000 annually. I don't know what the new estimates are. Rather than further incentivizing residents to drive downtown, the council could consider applying some of the funds to priority recommendations in the new bike pedestrian plan update and for a feasibility study for a microtransit shuttle loop circulator. Both the bike pedestrian expansion and the feasibility study are in the capital improvement plan. Those could be reframed to prioritize bringing additional residents without cars or preferring not to drive downtown without generating new car trips, traffic, carbon emissions, and running counter to implementation of the climate plan. As a second principle of transportation planning, rather than approaching parking initiatives in isolation, parking should be considered a key component of the multimodal transportation system. And by that I mean connecting driving, biking, walking, and public transit. Consider it in isolation, and I was really pleased to hear the comments about 100% focus on travel behavior and the concern for current supply and demand. I think that's really right on track. Whether the goal is residents' access to downtown, which I think is a great goal, reducing traffic and carbon emissions, or providing affordable transportation for workforce housing, will have better results when parking is approached as part of a sustainable transportation system. The free parking proposal would benefit from additional community discussion and the complementary perspectives of the parking, traffic safety, economic development, and the sustainability committees. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Bill.
Yeah, Colin Scholler. I live in Portsmouth. I think a lot of the things that I'm thinking have already been said, but I would say that sort of the big ones are, this is a great idea. The idea of encouraging residents to go downtown more is awesome, and is a great priority. But I think it's looking in the wrong direction. Right now, parking is limited. It's not, at its max, but it certainly is limited. There's already studies showing that we need a third parking garage. So things that encourage people that don't currently drive into town to do that feels like moving in the wrong direction. Myself, I live close enough to downtown that I never consider driving in. I'll walk every time, or I'll bike, but that's not the option for everyone. And if I look at something like this that says I can go in there for 15 minutes or really any amount of time, and that makes driving more convenient, why wouldn't I do it? And if I do that, that's another spot that's not available for somebody either who needs it, who can't, doesn't have the same closeness as I do, or doesn't have the same capabilities as I do, or a visitor that's paying more than I am. So, this seems like it's just bringing an existing problem closer, whether that's maxing out parking or increasing, or I guess decreasing the money we have available. It seems like the wrong solution to a problem that certainly exists. Yeah.
Thanks, Colin. Any other speakers?
Tyler Garzo, 62 McKinley. So I think I've heard most of it, but this seems like a flawed plan, but it was born out of a logical plan, a residential parking permit program that allows for continued dense development downtown. As everybody said, the current free parking proposal is cannibalizing the only people who might walk or bike. We heard from a bunch of them. We heard Councillor Cook doesn't walk as much because she has a parking permit. I heard Director Rice. I didn't even know that he walks in, and that's great. But the cost figures that we haven't seen, the latest cost figures, ignore all the other externalities of vehicle travel. It costs quite a bit more. The $2 million on the Coakley Road project, pollution, drive everywhere lifestyle, childhood asthma from pollution, noise, death from car crashes. This is stuff that we need to minimize to help the next generation. The plan also implies that bike and pedestrian infrastructure isn't good enough yet for maybe people with families to get downtown. Well, first of all, we're providing a way for people to get downtown. It's a reduced resident rate parking program. But let's try and make bike and pedestrian infrastructure better rather than just focusing on more car infrastructure and car benefits. Mayor, you could be the one that finishes the Middle Street bike path. It might happen one day. In closing, 3 committees have reacted unfavorably to this plan, PTS, EDC, and Sustainability. Let's listen to the people that are telling us that something is off kilter here. It's totally okay to reverse course. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers, 2 for or against? Seeing no rise, none on Zoom. Closing the public hearing. Any additional council questions?
Your Honor.
Councilor Denton.
I motion to go ahead and divide the question, taking up paragraph B first.
Second.
And the reason why Councilor Lombardi and I brought this forward after Memorial Day was to codify what Portsmouth already does when it comes to veterans' plates. So to answer some of the questions, this is currently what Portsmouth does for veterans, whether they live in Portsmouth, live outside of Portsmouth in New Hampshire, or live elsewhere in the country but have veterans' plates. But it goes ahead and expands it to a number of military-type license plates, such as active duty, National Guard, Reserve, and most importantly, Gold Star families. If you haven't seen those license plates in town, that's because there are very few of them. So this will have a very nominal impact on any parking revenue lost.
Councilor Lombardi.
I have a question for Josh. It is the veteran parking license plate is recognized in Portsmouth. It's recognized in Concord. It's recognized in Dover. Where else is it? I mean, is it statewide that is recognized?
It is not statewide. It's up to individual communities whether they not want to allow free veterans parking. Portsmouth has, but Portsmouth has not allowed free parking for active duty, reserve, National Guard, or Gold Star family license plates. So this just codifies it and then expands it to those other license plates.
Councilor Boyle.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to thank Councilor Denton for bringing this forward. I've always known this is Portsmouth's way. This is always how it's been done, but I'm proud to be here and help codify this and make it a reality.
So the motion on the floor is to separate the question?
Yep. Yes.
And thus, everyone then will have a roll call on each of the, okay. Seems like that's the will of the council. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, so first up is, I guess, Section A on the, let's see, my, the 15-minute parking. Any council questions or additional deliberation?
Your Honor, I believe the motion was to do B first?
Was to split and do B first.
Oh, split and do B first. Okay. Any further discussion on B? Councilor Boyle.
I'll just state again that, I think it's a great opportunity to support military, members of the military, members of the current military, family members of military personnel. But I think this is a small thank you we can do for those that have served.
Certainly. Councilor Cook?
Thank you, Your Honor. I am glad that we're dividing this question because, as I said in a previous discussion, I'm happy to support this section. It's the least we can do. When I think about the fact that city councilors do get free parking, and we get that for just sitting up here and sitting in committee meetings, it pales in comparison to what our veterans have done for us and continue to do for our community. So they should be honored with this at a minimum.
Councilor Cook, any other speakers to for or against? Or I guess councilors with comments or questions, not public speakers. Yes, certainly support this. It's a long-standing process or policy that we've had, and I think until a year ago I thought it was the law of the land, so happy that we're changing it. Happy also to extend it to active military. Had a few folks that have come either for like hit the decks or events where we've invited them in to Portsmouth where they thought they had free parking only to find out they didn't, so glad to be able to support them. So we will have a roll, or just all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, next one is A. Comments to for or against? Councilor Moreau.
I'm not in favor of this. It's an idea that's a good idea, but I think we need to really look at what's going to bring residents downtown. I do think that there's going to be not only monetary issues, but there's also going to be behavioral changes that I don't think it's going to have the end result that we're looking for. So I think this is something we need to take a more open view about all the different ideas and ways that we can bring residents downtown versus just free parking. So I'll be against it.
Thank you, Councilor Moreau. Assistant Mayor.
Thank you, Your Honor. As this moves along, I also cannot support it in its current form. One of the reasons that this has gotten to where it is was the conversation about resident parking, and then the conversation of, well, what could we do potentially to allow people more ownership, full-time year-round residents more ownership of downtown. And where this started, from my point of view, was one of the recommendations of maybe turning the 15-minute spots into free hour spots for residents. I just don't feel that we are where we need to be to pass this ordinance, and I think it needs a little bit more work. And I do also think that it needs to be more in sync in a larger scale rework of our parking citywide program. So because of that, I just can't support it in its current form.
Assistant Mayor, Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. I really do commend the mayor for bringing this forward because I think it's important for us to be thinking about what we can do for residents in the community. And while it's clear that I don't support this, I think that the intention is a very good one in trying to find ways to get residents to go downtown. And this is my personal plea to residents of Portsmouth. Our businesses, our arts institutions, they're all hurting right now. We're seeing a decrease in tourism. We're not seeing as many people in our downtown. We didn't see as many people last year. And we need to be out there supporting our businesses. We need to be out there supporting our institutions because we could lose them if we don't support them. And I know that that would be a major blow to our community. Every time a business or an institution closes, it hurts because that's a community member. Those are individuals with jobs that are losing their jobs, people who are losing their businesses. So we have to be really mindful of those needs right now and our need to get out and support our local businesses. I just don't think this is necessarily the way to do that. I think that we can keep working on finding other ways. I know that the Chamber of Commerce is trying to also find ways to bring people downtown, and I think the mayor does an incredible job leading this community and trying to get people to care for one another and to respect all of our entities throughout the city. And so I'm pretty sure under his leadership, we can find the right way to get people downtown.
That is the nicest way anybody has said no to me in a long time. I'm going to pass. Councilor Lombardi.
Thank you, Mayor. Just from the discussion tonight, I don't think this is ready to be voted on. And if you recall, the EDC talked to businesses, surveyed businesses, and very much opposed this. Our sustainability committee doesn't think it's a good idea. I think it needs more work. I applaud the idea. When that first came up, I thought, gee, that's great. We should do that. But as we've learned more about it, I don't think I can support it at this point.
Thank you, Councilor Lombardi. Okay, Councilor Black, I'll pass the gavel, but.
I know, I agree. I think this had good intentions, but it just seems too complicated, too expensive. I'm going to listen to the parking experts in the room, but I do think it had good intentions. I just don't think it has the outcome we intended.
Thank you, Councilor Black. Passing the gavel, and I'll say my piece here. So the couple of things were brought up. One, I guess I don't still understand the math around this in terms of an understanding that all of our current residents are going to all of a sudden start to park at 15-minute intervals and double that, and we're going to lose, $135,000 on the current residents that are doing it, plus an opportunity cost of $2,500 if they're taking away the spots. I didn't follow the math, so not that fault Mr. Fletcher in providing it. Just think the assumption of moving from spot to spot can't track what we saw in the pay to play or the pay pay to stay. That seems like a different kettle of fish. But if we were to take them at the face value, and these are the numbers that we have, understand that. I guess the bigger, there's one technical reason and then a bigger reason that I wanted this to be able to pass. The smaller reason is that I think it's, for a resident, I know that the logic of, I paid for an hour, I'm going to stay longer. I get that, but also when I pay, for an hour and I only wanted to be there 15 minutes, it just chafes me. Like, I just think that that's not something that I should have to be able to do. Like, I think that a government, at least for its residents, should align to what I want to do and not make money off of me when I'm there for 45 minutes less than I paid for, and I'm forced to pay that. Not saying that's universally shared, but I felt like when we dug into that issue, we found that we can't charge for 15-minute intervals because we lose even more money on the credit card vouchers or the credit card transaction fees. I hope Mr. Fletcher looks at the other innovative ways Park Mobile works, since this is not going to pass, like the travel bank, so we can actually pay in advance for parking, and we don't have credit card fees, and we can just pay for exactly the amount that we want to stay and not take advantage of residents for paying for 15 minutes and then taking off. The second, I guess, larger point of what I was trying to accomplish, and it had nothing to do with getting people off cars. I believe, and I'll tell a quick story. When I was a rower, I lived in New Jersey, and I ate a ton of food. And there was a sign on Wegmans on the egg aisle that said, we appreciate all of our customers that are telling us not to have only carry range-free eggs, but there are a number of our shoppers that this is the low-cost value protein source that they can get, and so we're going to continue to carry all varieties of egg. Please choose the ones that you have. What I mean by that story is that there's a lot of people that might not have the luxury to walk downtown, whether or not they're Mr. Rice, although he's not here tonight. Literally, I could hit him with a golf ball from here. So, his choice of walking in is a little different than somebody out in Elwyn Park. It's different than any number of our neighborhoods that are not right downtown. To think that everybody has that ability to walk is not the case. And I was hoping we could further decouple resident parking and non-resident parking in order to raise more revenue and put it towards things that would improve the infrastructure. I guess the last point I'll make is that there was a number of people talking about as always, affordable issues in Portsmouth. Affordability, how do we make more affordable? One way that we do that is we focus that what's happening right now is working in Portsmouth, that people see a benefit of growth, that we see things that, we can be like, oh yes, we get this because of these buildings, instead of just more construction, that we actually lower our taxes, we get free parking, we have these tertiary benefits, so we can keep all of this going. If we decide that, this is going to break the system, then we should question, what the system is. And I hope that we can, as a council, focus on, the residents, because if we want more affordable housing, we're going to do a little bit of it with PHA, with POA, with these things, but we're going to need more housing just generally. And in order to get more housing, we're going to need more people to think that growth is a good thing in Portsmouth. And if we don't have that, if we have folks looking at, why am I being, why am I getting a ticket? Why can't I have 15 minutes? Those are the things that are going to hold us back from what we need to do as a city. And what we need to do as a city is grow. And we have to grow together and realize a benefit, not talking about a benefit, not trying to convince you that there's a benefit to growth, but actually you feel a benefit to the growth of this population in Portsmouth. That's the way we do it. And if we can't do that, then we're not going to be able to do the bigger things. But understand, for the reasons that are stated, this isn't going to pass. But appreciate, the discussion, and hopefully we can come back with something that's that works next time.
Councilor Bagley.
Thanks, Your Honor. I appreciate the people that spoke tonight, and I think they really kind of hit the nail on the head on why we shouldn't necessarily do this. But I do think there's a bigger part of what the mayor is trying to accomplish. And there's some hidden benefits to our residents if this were to pass. One is because of state New Hampshire laws, we can't automatically enroll our residents in the resident discount program. So there's a large number of residents that are either unaware of the discount program or don't take advantage of it because of the hassle to go to City Hall to sign up for it, although it's easier now than when you had to go to the Foundry Garage. I think if we did this, the 15 minutes, we'd have a much bigger uptake of the resident discount, and I think that's a worthwhile thing. There's also, there's advantages that you get in living in certain municipalities. And when I drive along 1A, which is a beautiful ride, along the state route, which I don't understand, but in the town of Northampton, in the town of Rye, they have pull-offs where you have to have a permit, and you can only get a permit if you live in that town. So I'm jealous of their beach parking that they don't extend to the residents of Portsmouth. So I don't think it's wrong for us to give residents some perks that maybe non-residents don't get. I don't think this will pass tonight, but I don't think this should be the end of the conversation. I think we should continue to figure out ways to incentivize our residents to use the downtown. And maybe we're not quite there yet, but I think we're on the right path, and I hope we continue to chip away at it.
Councilor Tabor?
Thanks. I was going to support this, and I took a look at the parking revenue trends, and we really are growing our parking revenue in a very robust way. The 6% a year, and if you look at just the meters, it's 7.8% a year. So if you look at the trends, we would, and that's without raising rates. So if you look at the trends, we'd have an increase of 361,000 in the meters. And this really strong revenue growth has always raised the question to me of how can we justify retaining it all and not giving back some benefit to the residents? And I know we have the $456 offset to property taxes, but remember that, like, 2018, we had $8 million of parking revenue when we divert $2.5 million to the general fund. Now we're up to $12 million, and we still only divert $2.5 million to the general fund. So one reason is the state law around enterprise funds is very restrictive in how we use that revenue to offset taxes. So, I've always, maybe the future conversation is, can we use this parking revenue that's so robust to give more benefit to our residents? I like the 15-minute idea because I said last meeting, I think it's low risk. And I appreciate that Ben's expertise, and I've never disagreed with our experts, but I do, it seems common sense to me that not that many people want to go downtown for just 15 minutes, that they want to go downtown for a longer period of time. So I'm not convinced it's as risky financially as we think, and I think our parking revenue is growing enough to handle it. So I would have been in favor of trying it to see what happens. We always would have had the option to go back and change rates if we have to, or change the program. So I guess what I'm left with is parking revenue is doing wonderful things for us. This would have been one way to give some of it back to the residents. Are there other ways? Maybe it's we invest this, as Bill Lyons says, in the study of a shuttle loop, or some other long-term benefit. So that was where I was on it. Doesn't look like it'll pass, but I would have supported it for those reasons.
Any other comments? Okay, no comments. I guess we'll call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Aye.
Opposed. I meant to vote aye, but I was thinking about it backwards.
6-3, all right. 3-6.
Pass this back.
Thank you for the discussion. Next up,
Your Honor, a point of order, I'm sorry, a point of clarification. So we will have to bring back
yep, for a second reading, again, we will have to bring back veteran parking
item B.
without the 15-minute free parking for residents at the next council meeting.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Do we need a separate motion for that?
That passed already. B passed, correct?
B passed, but it will have to be noticed.
Do we now have to vote on the whole thing as a?
Think so?
No, we split the question.
No, we split the question.
Okay.
Yep. So split the question, August 4th, you get to do it again.
Assuming there's enough time for publication, really quick.
Maybe yes, maybe no.
There should be enough time.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Next up, public hearing and second reading of ordinance. This is a long thing to read here, guys. This is, all right.
Your Honor, before you go, I'm going to recuse myself from this one.
Oh, great. Public hearing and second reading of ordinance regarding Chapter 10 zoning ordinance, City of Portsmouth zoning map be amended as follows. Rezone parcels described on the city tax map 125, lot 16, tax map 138, lot 61, tax map 138, lot 62, and a portion of tax map 138, lot 63 from Character District 5, CD5 to Character District 4, CD4, to rezone a portion of tax map 138, lot 63 from Character District 5, CD5 to Character District L1, CD4 L1, to change the boundary of the North End Incentive Overlay District, Neoid, to remove city tax map 138 lot 61, tax map 138 lot 60-3, and tax map 164 lot 4 from the Neoid, is that how we say that? And to amend the boundary of the downtown overlay district DOD to align with the amended Neoid by removing city tax map 164 lot 4, tax map 138 lot 61, tax map 138 lot 60-3, and a portion of tax map 138 lot 63 from the DOD. To amend the building height map from 2 to 4 stories, 50 feet, to 2 to 3 stories, 40 feet, for parcels along Bridge Street to Foundry Place and along Hill Street for city tax map 125 lot 16, tax map 138 lot 62, and tax map 125 lot 14, and to add a building height standard of 2 to 3 stories, 40 feet, along Rock Street to the cul-de-sac at Foundry Place for the city tax map 138 lot 63, tax map 138 lot 60-2, and tax map 138 lot 60-3. The zoning maps to be amended are referenced in the city zoning ordinance at Chapter 10, Article 4, Zoning and District Use Regulations, Section 10.421, District Location and Boundaries, Section 10.421.10, and Chapter 10, Article 5A, Character-Based Zoning, Section 10.5A21.10. Content of Regulation Plan, Map 10.5A21A, Character Districts and Civic Districts, and Map 10.5A21B, Building Height Standards, collectively the zoning maps. I don't think we have a presentation this evening, do we? Presentation?
We do.
We do, all right, Peter Stent. All right, excellent.
Good evening.
Peter, give
Now
me-
you have to read all of this.
Well,
No.
I have my first slide is a 3 bullet point summary of what you just read.
Perfect.
Give me a hard time, but Peter, talk and I'll catch up with you.
So this is a continuation of the public hearing that was held in June. At that presentation, there's a little more history given. I'm just going to jump right into the amendments that are before the council, and with the change that was made at the June meeting that continued this hearing to tonight.
All right, give me a second.
No, you gotta go down. To Zoom.
Yep.
Click Zoom. Click share.
Good done?
So if you can go to the next slide.
Okay.
So to summarize what the mayor read, what is before the council is the rezoning of the subject parcels from CD5 to CD4. As you recall, last month they were proposed to go to CD4W, and the only other zone would be the front half of property known as 361 Hanover. That's proposed to go from CD5 to CD4 L1. Adjusting the boundaries of the downtown overlay and the North End Incentive Overlay District, and then changing building heights along Bridge Street and Hill Street, and then along the new Rock Street right-of-way parcel. That's the Foundry parcel that was recently subdivided, so assigning a building height to that portion of the right-of-way. You can go to the next slide. So I'll run through these. Nothing has changed with the boundary of the North End Incentive Overlay. This is the existing boundary of that area. And what's proposed to be changed is this area. If you go to the next slide, it will now follow the parcel that was subdivided that encompasses the right-of-way of Rock Street, and then it will remove it from 66 Rock Street, where it currently bisects a portion of that parcel. So it'll now just follow the boundary line there. And then next slide is the downtown overlay district. Currently, it extends all the way to Hanover Street. This is 361 Hanover, and then it goes and includes 66 Rock Street. And the proposal is to then mimic the boundary of the North End incentive overlay. If you go to the next slide, you'll see how it will follow. This is following the boundary of the North End incentive overlay, so it will follow. It will bisect 361 Hanover, and then follow the Rock Street right of way, and then not include 66 Rock Street, but then follow, continue around the Foundry Garage parcel. And if we go to the next slide, for building height, this is the existing building height map. As you see here, this is Rock Street, and there's no designation assigned from Hanover to the circle at Rock Street. And then the other existing condition is from Bridge Street at Foundry Place to Hill Street. Currently, that is brown, or 2 to 4 stories and 50 feet. And if you go to the next slide, you'll see that is proposed to be green, which is 2 to 3 stories or 40 feet. And then this section here has been added to connect Hanover Street to the Rock Street circle. The next slide. So really this affects 2 properties, 181 Hill Street and 126 Bridge Street. So for Hill Street, the existing condition, when you have multiple building height designations on a lot, you have to abide by the lesser building height restriction for 50 feet into the lot. So on Hanover and Autumn Street, currently it's 2 to 3 stories, 40 feet. So if this property were to be redeveloped, they would have to abide by that height designation 50 feet into the lot. So this light blue rectangle represents the area that they could then step up to the higher height, which is currently exists, the brown. But that's proposed to be changed to green, so it would all be 2 to 3 stories and 40 feet. This area here is about 4,000 square feet, roughly. If you go to the next slide, for Bridge Street, so this is a proposed condition. So currently it's brown all the way around. So they have 2 to 4 stories and 50 feet. If this were to change to what's proposed tonight, they would have to set back 50 feet from Hill Street and Bridge Street, and then they could step up to the higher height designation. In addition, this parcel is in the North End incentive overlay, so they could take advantage of an incentive that would require community space and workforce housing, but then they could go up a story in height. In this area is roughly approximately 10,000 square feet, that the blue polygon there. So the next change represents the zoning. Currently, all of these properties are CD5. And what's changed is the next slide. Last month, they were proposed to go to CD4W, and now they're proposed to go to CD4, with the exception of the frontage of 361 Hanover. That's proposed to go to CD4L1. And the next slide goes back to the table comparing the dimensional requirements for these 3 districts. CD5 and CD4 are similar. CD4 is slightly less intense. There's 90% building coverage where currently it's 95%. The building footprint is slightly less, and you have to have slightly more open space, 10%, where currently it's 5%. And there's no density requirement in CD4 as there is in CD5. So the portion of 361 Hanover that's going to CD4L1 would have a lot area per dwelling unit or a density requirement for residential of 3,000 square feet. And then it would also have a building footprint maximum of 2,500 square feet. It would only allow 60% building coverage. If you go to the next slide, we go to the use tables. CD5 and CD4 have the same, they're under the same column in the ordinance, so they have the same uses, so that won't change for those properties. The only change will be CD4L1. And then I've just highlighted some of the uses that are different. If you go to the next slide. So this would really only apply to the portion of 361 Hanover that's going to CD4L1 now, because the current condition is CD5 and proposed CD4. For the other parcels, the uses will remain the same. And that's a quick summary of what's been changed or what's proposed before you. I'll to answer any questions.
Thank you, Peter. Any questions of the council? Councilor Cook?
If the existing permitted projects in this area are completed, how many non-conforming lots will we be creating by changing the zoning?
So 89 Foundry is completed. That just finished. They have 55 dwelling units and a 16,000 square foot footprint, and that height is 60 feet. They're approved, and they got variances for certain things. The open space will probably be non-conforming for that parcel because they were just at above the 5%. The footprint, they did get an incentive, and they provided community space, so that was a conditional use permit. The project for 361 Hanover that's currently going through the process, the CD4 portion will be conforming. They were well under their building coverage, but the portion that is going to CD4L1 will now have a lot area per dwelling requirement. So they could really only get 6 units on that, where they're proposing 14. And then the other 2 properties there are no proposals before the city at this moment, but so, depending on their existing buildings are legally non-conforming if such. And I know the plumbing shop has a footprint of about 19,000 square feet. So in CD5, you're allowed to have a 20,000 square foot footprint. In CD4, it would go to 15,000. So that would make that existing building non-conforming for footprint.
Thank you.
Any other questions before we open the public hearing again? Seeing none, I will open the public hearing.
Thanks, Peter.
Thank you, Peter. To speak to, for, or against? Oh.
Hello, my name is Brad Gray. I represent 126 Bridge Street. I'm a co-owner with my sister-in-law, and I'd like to tell you a little bit about myself. I grew up in the city. I actually was born in this hospital right here. I went to Lafayette Elementary School. I went to Portsmouth High School, class of 1967. Ended up working for my father on Daniel Street at F.A. Gray, and worked there with my brother for about 40 years. We ran the place. I have relatives way back. One of them was lived on Melcher Street. They tell me took tickets at the train station right near 126 Bridge Street, ironically. And then my grandfather and his brother started F.A. Gray in 1902, and at which time they went on. My father took it over. Then my brother and I, and it's still in the family with John Gray. So, we have deep roots in the city. I want you to understand that. We are not a property developer, and we have no plans to develop this property. We were never made aware of the legal notice about this until May 31st, 2025. We feel to rezone 126 Bridge Street is illegal, unfair, and we don't think serves any benefit to the community. We feel it's unfair because every property to our right along Bridge Street and Foundry Place and the property directly behind us have received opportunities that rezoning will not allow us to receive. We feel this is spot zoning. We will never be tearing down any historic homes or buildings. There are none. The homes on Rock Street, no homes on Rock Street, McDonough, or Islington Street will be impacted as they can't even see our property. Even if we were to develop it to a 50-foot height, they wouldn't see it. The zoning as it stands tonight on Bridge Street will not destroy or devalue any residential neighborhood in Portsmouth. However, our property will be substantially devalued by this proposed zoning from CD5 to CD4. Therefore, we are adamantly opposed to the latest proposed zoning changes to 126 Bridge Street. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad.
Good evening. I'm Matthew Cowan, Esquire. I'm here on behalf of Durbin Law Offices. I'm here on behalf of Derek Durbin. My client here is Hill Hanover Group LLC. They are the owner of 181 Hill Street. Attorney Durbin has provided a letter to the council earlier today. I have additional copies of that letter if you guys need copies. I don't know if everybody received that. Getting shaking head. Yes. Okay. Here to speak further in support of that letter. 181 Hill Street is one of the 3 properties affected by these changes in height restrictions, and therefore my client is making a formal objection to this proposed amendment. I'd like to make three brief points in support of this position. First, my client had only received the notice of this change as of last Wednesday. His property manager received the mail for the property. His managers advised they did not receive the earlier notifications that were sent out. Therefore, we're requesting continuance of the public hearing and the second reading so that we can make a more formal objection to this amendment. Second, according to the council's minutes, I believe from the April 17th meeting, the council had indicated that it supported tabling this amendment so that it could be reviewed during the master plan process. My client would like to second that position. Third, given the recent development of the Foundry building, this amendment effectively only affects my client's property. While it is the purview of the council to make changes to the terms of the ordinance as it sees fit, this amendment at a minimum toes the line of spot zoning and I think in actuality crosses the line of spot zoning. And accordingly, if this amendment is enacted, my client intends to raise legal objections on that basis. Thank you for your consideration. I believe my client, Bruce Summer, is on the Zoom potentially. I think he's on. He wants to speak further on this matter. But that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Yep, we'll allow Bruce, who's on Zoom, to speak now.
You have the letters.
We do. Yeah, we have copies of the letters. If instead of bringing them home, you can pass them here, and we'll do something with them. Thanks, Matt. Bruce, can you hear us?
Yeah, so go ahead.
Yep. Feel free.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to speak. Yeah, my name is Bruce Summer. I'm the owner of one of the subject properties here, and maybe a point of clarification, 181 Hill Street is not the address. It's actually 319, 329, and 339 Hanover Street. And it's been referred to as 181 Hill Street for a while. I did make multiple attempts to correct that at the City Hall. And perhaps that's maybe led to the lack of notice. I don't know, but we have not received adequate notice for this at all. Seacoast and Portsmouth have been my home for nearly 20 years before moving back to Illinois to care for my aging parents. I started multiple businesses here, and it will always be my true home. I'd lived in the neighborhood for over a decade in each of those buildings that we're talking about. And I even stood up against the overdevelopment of that area multiple times. What I always admired about Portsmouth is its deep engagement and thoughtful citizens. I respect the city's longstanding commitment to responsible, forward-looking planning, and I fully understand and support the intent behind this ordinance. However, I learned today that the ordinance is probably rooted, goes back to 2019 when the larger scale developments were taking shape, include 361 Hanover, perhaps in Foundry Place. Unfortunately, I've been abutting those developments for a while and had that unfortunate opportunity to take legal action against them. I truly share the city's desire to protect Portsmouth's historic scale and character. However, I'm speaking against this ordinance today because it does amount to reverse spot zoning, a practice that is widely viewed as arbitrary and unfair. It selectively imposes more restrictive regulations on individual properties like mine and was mentioned with Brad's earlier. These three buildings that I've referenced and lived in have remained unchanged since I purchased them in 2004. Reverse spot zoning is problematic further because it targets individual parcels without a broader justification outside of a comprehensive plan framework. Courts often view it as capricious, inequitable, and inconsistent with sound planning principles, and it also undermines the trust of city planning process. And in what was mentioned before, the lack of notice, while I presume the city sent those notices out, as mentioned before, we only received one last week from my property manager and not myself, which I have twice now gone to City Hall to make sure they have my mailing addresses for these types of notices. Throughout my time at Portsmouth, I have welcomed and continue to welcome the opportunity to work collaboratively with the city planning officials as well as my neighbors along Hanover Street. Portsmouth has always prided itself on planning for the greater good through a transparent, comprehensive process, not through piecemeal, reactionary measures that single out individual properties. I respectfully urge you to vote this measure down and instead pursue a more thoughtful, equitable approach through a comprehensive master planning process that fairly reflects the interests of all constituents. Thanks again for the time and your consideration.
Thank you, Bruce. Any other speakers, to, for, or against?
Hi, counselors. It's me again, Kate Waldwick. Thank you again for being here. I first want to tell you just a little bit about myself. I have been a resident of Portsmouth for only 4 years. I live here with my family, my husband, and my 2 sons. I have a 2.5-year-old and an 8-month-old. And I'm here because I think zoning is so deeply important to a city. And a city and zoning is all about livability and what takes a place and makes it a vibrant community versus a sterile place to live. I really want to say that I think we can still build and also protect our character of Portsmouth. These are not mutually exclusive things. We hear this all the time, this false dichotomy of like, you can either protect character or you can build. You're either a NIMBY or you're like a developer, build, baby, build. And that's not actually true. We really are, we exist in a binary. We don't exist in a binary. We actually exist in a very nuanced, complicated space here. So I want to acknowledge even to my neighbors who are speaking against this, that I respect why they are against this. And like, it is a nuanced, complicated issue. And I respect that. I also respect that it's hard to talk about housing because as a millennial, I'm aware that my generation has absolutely gotten the short end of a stick with that. I have lived in cities like San Francisco, and I see what happens when you take a place and you try to preserve it in glass and try to make an entire city into the equivalent of Strawberry Bank. And I see what happens when I have friends actively leaving the city all the time because they cannot afford to live here, do not see a future here for their families. So please, it is not easy for me to talk about when I'm often very pro-housing, and I want to do everything possible to support thoughtful housing. But I think the way this area is currently zoned was actually through bluntly an act of neglect of the city when it was supposed to be discussed in the last planning cycle and completely got the ball dropped on it. So if we want to talk about ethical, that feels deeply unethical that our neighborhood just got forgotten about, for lack of a better way to put it. So when I think about what's really important to a neighborhood, I really think about the intangibles, and I think about character. And I know character can be a thinly veiled term for NIMBYs to latch onto to support why you shouldn't do anything and move forward. But I think character is really about people. It's, do I know my neighbors on the street? Can I stand and chat, or do I have a car whizzing by me every 30 seconds? Can I let my kid ride their bike to the park or not? Those are things that define character. Or are people just whizzing by angrily, circling for parking and distracted and angry because they can't find it? And even once they find the parking spot, they're stressed, they're angry, they're ending their day or starting their day in a really bad spot. Or are they not even there because it's their third home and they bought a luxury home, and then we sit here and scratch our heads wondering why is downtown struggling when all of the real estate going up nearby is for people who often are here often on 2 to 3 months out of the year. I live by some of the condo buildings. They're pretty empty 9 months out of the year when you look at some of their built-in parking lots there. So, and it's funny to be talking about this because actually in some ways it's against my own economic interests to support this going forth with this zoning. I live in a single family unit. I have a designated parking spot. In some ways, if you allow a bunch of very tall luxury condos to go in, it makes my real estate asset actually rarer and actually increases my property value. So again, I am actually speaking against my own economic interest here to talk about why I'm for the zoning. And so I'm asking for what I think is actually going to be better for the overall future of Portsmouth. I think if we go forth with this zoning amendment, I think we still support building housing. This is still dense. No one is sitting here asking for it to be, single family unit homes or bust, right? That's not what anyone's asking for. Anything that's a character district is already fairly dense and much denser than what it abuts. So I think the CD4L1 on 361, it matches everything else that is already on that street. Why should that be multiple zoning levels higher and more dense than anything else on that street? Why would we have CD5, which is the most intensive downtown zoning use you can use? Why would we have that cliff to drop off to GRC? GRC being, actually, I kind of don't remember what that acronym means, but it's General Residence something. And having that, and then with, and then making the rest of it CD4. Is it perfect? No, but sometimes with a good negotiation, no one ever feels like they fully got everything they wanted out of this, but I think it is better than what we have. So really, what I'm asking for is, can you please vote for this? I think it still supports us building. It still supports us bringing in more people to the city. I'm not from Portsmouth and originally, but I welcome others to come here because people have been so welcoming to me, and I don't want to pull the ladder up behind me now that I'm here. So I ask you to support this rezoning effort because it will preserve what is so wonderful about Portsmouth while also still allowing housing and allowing us to move into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate.
Nicole up here, 44 Rock Street. I wish I was as articulate as Kate. I'm not. This is not just about 361 Hanover. It's about way overdue corrective zoning. Bruce Summer referenced on Zoom lack of trust. Lack of trust is the city rushing zoning when the parking garage was put in. Lack of trust is Nick Cracknell writing that zoning and then ending up on the HDC payroll. That's lack of trust. I'm so frustrated because after 7 years of advocating for proper zoning in our neighborhood, I'm not sure what more you want from us regarding civic engagement after countless collective hours of working on this. But I can tell you what we want from you is to be represented. 7 years, silenced, ignored, forgotten. And a lot of the issues that are being raised, people saying, well, this is next to me, and that's why I want that right to build higher too, is because we were ignored and just tossed aside. The entire neighborhood, and not just a few properties that have recently expressed an interest in developing, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. I'm just frustrated. I do understand why, I'll say this, my thought process changed a little bit tonight. I do understand why the Hackney property would want to be remain zoned CD5, because it exits and enters through Foundry driveway, and it does abut the parking garage, and there is a buffer of the playground to the neighborhood. And I also see the frustration of the plumbing business because next to them are huge buildings. Although the dilemma there is, on the other side is Dwyer's, which is formerly a residential sized home, and other residential sized homes. I feel like you are not necessarily the people that made this mess, but you are now the city, and you have to fix this. I think compromise can be made to do it, but to ignore it and not to take into consideration what the neighbors have been asking for 7 years is incredibly unjust. We as a neighborhood asked for CD4W, and CD4 has the same uses as CD5. There is minimal differences. They are nearly identical. This is not transitional zoning. It's not honoring character, and it's not in the best interests of the neighborhood. I know there is development. I get that. I understand it. I've lived through it. But I also believe in transitional zoning, something that aesthetically makes sense and is fair for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Any other speakers? 2 for or against?
Good evening. Robin Husledge, 27 Rock Street. This evening I'm speaking to the change from CD5 to CD4 as is being proposed, which has no impact on uses, nothing. It's exact same uses. You can still build a restaurant holding 500 people or a 500-room hotel in the middle of our small historic neighborhood. This makes no sense. The reason the neighborhood asked for CD4W is to scale down uses to more neighborhood friendly, like 50-person restaurants like the Kitchen or Dwyer's Pub. These build community within our neighborhoods. It permits bed and breakfast establishments, multifamily buildings of 8 or more units. CD4 and CD5 do not have requirements of land square footage per dwelling unit, like most of our residential lots, which require 3,000 to 3,500 square feet per dwelling unit. CD4W modestly requires 2,500 square feet of land per dwelling unit, ensuring that there is space around the building for light, air, lawns, and gardens, which makes a neighborhood feel like a neighborhood. The planning board itself considered CD4 versus CD4W and had consensus on changing the zoning to CD4W for the above reasons, to offer more of a transition zone from the most intensive CD5 zoning to the neighborhood-friendly CD4L1 zoning, or GRC, which our neighborhood is made up of in addition to the CD4L1. CD4 does not provide this transition. CD4W does. The neighborhood also requested that both the North End Incentive Overlay District and the Downtown Overlay District be removed completely from this portion of the neighborhood and end at Bridge Street. Our neighborhood is not part of the intensively commercial North End filled with large hotels and restaurants. We are a small residential neighborhood. This overlay allows developers to add an additional 10-foot floor to the top of their buildings by providing community space and workforce housing. This turns a 40-foot building into a 50-foot building and a 50-foot building into a 60-foot building, just like the ones being built on Foundry Place. These huge buildings do not belong opposite the many two-story homes which dominate our neighborhood. The purpose of the Downtown Overlay District is to promote economic vitality of the downtown by ensuring continuity of pedestrian-oriented business uses along streets with the ground floor containing one of the permitted uses or entries. First of all, we are not downtown. We are Islington Creek, a small neighborhood filled with historic homes and narrow streets. This downtown overlay also reduces parking requirements. We already have already exceeded 100% parking usage in this part of our neighborhood, so this overlay will only exacerbate this already critical issue. For these reasons, I ask you to change the CD5 zoning to CD4W zoning, as was the recommendation of your planning board, and offers the best transition from high-rises and parking garages to small homes in our neighborhood. Additionally, I request you remove both the North End Incentive Overlay District and the Downtown Overlay District, as they do not belong in our Islington Creek neighborhood and will negatively impact our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Any other speakers to, for, or against?
Your Honor, I motion to suspend the rules to go past 10:30.
Yeah.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Good evening. Shane Forsley, 361 Hanover Street. As many of you know, we've been working on our development plans for the old Heinemann site or the old Kearsarge steam mill for about 2 years now, with planning staff and input from various boards amongst the city. I'm here tonight to speak in opposition of the proposed zoning changes. We have spent a ton of time, money, effort, with thoughtful input from city staff, neighbors, and the various other consultants we've worked with on our project. And what we have in front of the planning board in the near future is the best plan for the site. Now, understanding that the North End Incentive Overlay District and the DOD aren't the right fit for our site, we don't necessarily contest removing those from the parcel. However, changing the front portion of the site and really the rear portion of the site to CD4 and CD4 L1 is totally inappropriate for the neighborhood. If you look at the surrounding parcels that are all listed as CD4 L1, they're all currently non-conforming. Just running through some statistics, there's about 20 properties all within striking distance of 361 Hanover Street. Some single family, some multifamily, some commercial. However, none of them meet the density requirements of that zone. When you look at our development plans that are currently on the table, we're at around 1,000 square feet per unit in terms of density, lot size per unit. When you look at the neighboring parcels, no one even comes close to that. It's nearly half the size required per dwelling unit for those 20 sites. I also believe that the proposed zoning changes to the 4 parcels or 5 parcels in question is significant downzoning and spot zoning. I feel unfortunate for those if it does happen, being that we have a vested project. However, there's no guarantee that we'd be able to go forward with it, given market instability, how long permitting, planning process takes. I'm hopeful, but there's no certainty in that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Shane. Any other speakers? You don't have to be last in this. You are a property owner and a butter. I don't actually know if we have a rule for public hearings. As we do
Okay,
for-
well, I always try to follow the rules. Elizabeth Bratter, property owner, 159 McDonough Street. I hoped you got a chance to read my beautiful 5-hour research project for you to enjoy. I saw it was in the packet. Hopefully you got a chance to read it. I think it's important to realize that this change has been in the making for over 7 years. I'm not going to pontificate about our family's history here in Portsmouth. People who know us know where we've been and how we've helped with the city. The problem with this situation is that 7 years ago, we started down this path, and we were told as citizens of Portsmouth, you could bring forward a zoning change. And you could make it happen if you just showed up to all the meetings. And when I think about how many meetings we went to, with just the planning department to start out with, and then continued to go to meetings over and over, and then continued to make phone calls and say, why aren't we on the agenda? But what's most important is to remember that these lots were zoned MRO, and that has a minimum lot area per dwelling of 7,600 square feet. What we asked for was CD4W, which allows for a minimum lot area of 2,500 square feet, which is 3 times more dense than what was originally there. It was 2018 when the neighborhood started working directly with the planning department because it had become clear that the CD5 was a temporary zoning, and it became clear that it was not a temporary zoning, but the garage was built and finished in 2017, and that zoning didn't change. And people started applying for zone. The question before you is not what should it be changed to now, but what should it have been changed to then? Had the city council at that time been presented all the letters, charts, and research received, how would this transitional area been zoned only 18 feet from single-family homes and multifamily homes? Although it's been stated that only Mr. Summers has homes there, there's also people who live in single-family homes on Tanner Street and the other streets, Autumn Street and Hill Street. There are multifamily homes that are all residential right there. All the boards and councils over the years would say CD5 is definitely not a transitional zone. CD4 is listed as a transitional zone, but if you look at it in downtown, it backs up to 24-foot wide streets with 10-foot wide sidewalks and often is in a abutter to municipal areas. The problem with CD4, although it is an option, but it's not necessarily the best one for the neighborhood because it does allow the same thing as CD5, and the things of concern are 24-hour convenience store, shopping centers, nightclubs or a bar up to 250. And I'm not saying somebody's going to put a 250 occupant bar there, but if they put a 70-person bar there, that might be a little bit disturbing. As people who lived across from the 2 breweries, Liar's Bench and I forgot the name of the other one, on the Clinton Street side that got to enjoy what it's like to have a 50 occupant residency of a bar. You could have a restaurant with up to 500 people, a hotel with more than 500 rooms, a conference center, and a conference hotel. Lest we forget that lot number 13862, which was 89 and 99 Foundry Place, was originally proposed as a hotel. The lot at 12516 could easily be turned into a restaurant or bar that holds more than 100 people. In the past, parking and zoning used to be the way to regulate capacity. However, the uses for CD4 are by right. Those big uses are by right. So there is really not much a resident can do when a 50-person or more restaurant or bar goes in less than 18 feet from your window. The lower portion of Hill Street is only 18 feet wide. The upper portion is privately owned. So please take the time to go back to the basics. What is transitional zoning? It is less dense and has more neighborhood-friendly uses. It has lower heights or similar heights to the neighborhood. The uses are what are key for the single-family homes on Tanner Street and the 4- and 6-unit homes on Hill Street. CD4 may be chosen. Some people, some of you may say, you know, it's the way to go. It protects the developers. If you choose to do that, I would ask you to remove the downtown overlay district and the North End incentive overlay district and only have it be on the side where the parking garage is. On the Foundry Place, cut Foundry Place right down the middle and allow those zones on those higher lots. The lots that are in the transitional area don't need to have another floor or 10-foot height added to them, because you're lowering the height, hopefully, to be more in conjunction with what's there. Bridge Street is green, 3 stories, 40 feet. Hanover Street, green, 3 stories, 40 feet. But if you allow the North End Incentive Overlay District on that area, that's going to allow them to add 10 feet and another story. The reason the Downtown Overlay District might be a bit too much is because that is an almost guarantee 4 parking space discount. That area has a major parking area, even though there's a garage on the other side, although we're told that the garage is almost full for use now. So please, if you do consider just doing CD4 instead of CD4W, which would be the appropriate transitional zone, please move the overlay districts to only be on the north side of Foundry Place. Please include the CD4L1, because if you look at the development being offered, that's got 1,000 square feet, you will see that these are 3 large buildings that are going to abut single-family homes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Liz. Any other speakers to, for, against?
Good evening. My name is David Adams. I live at 210 Gate Street. I have a shop at 191 Hill Street. That's what we call it. It's part of a condominium, a cluster condominium. And it is a 1-story building at the moment in the sea of 3-story buildings. I don't know, honestly, and I'll say something, no, strike that. Facetiously, I'll say I don't know where these people live. I live next to a 4-story building on one side and a 6-story parking garage on the other side, and some kind of an addition going up pretty soon right next to me, feet away from my building. It seems like a cruel joke to decide that after all of this has been unleashed around my site, that my building is going to be diminished in its ultimate opportunity. I don't want to be any of you people making this decision tonight for certain, but it does seem funny that almost every single person who's come here to speak has had a different idea of what should be. And I'll suggest that none of you are really planners, and that probably the safest thing, best for the community and safest for you, is to wait, not so much kicking the ball down, the can down the road, but wait until this actually entered into the master plan project, and this all could be put into some kind of context without you individually having to decide which one of the people that spoke tonight should have the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dave. Any other speakers?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Susan Gray, and I am also here to represent 126 Bridge Street on behalf of my mother, who is the owner, and my uncle, who spoke earlier. As much as I appreciate what I am hearing from the Rock Street residents and their concerns about this, and they feel like they have been unheard, we, collectively, as the people that are listed as these property owners, do not feel that way. As in order to not be heard, we are just receiving notice of such things. If this was being talked about, the owners of the properties that are listed should have been involved many years ago. I had other things I was going to say, but I need to collectively hear what I'm hearing in the room. And not to pontificate, but I shall for a moment. Being raised in this town and knowing what this town and that area was and how it has grown and changed. We purchased this building in 1986. It was an industrial zone. We've been running it as an industrial business since we purchased the property. with the intention that our family business was going to move there. And the plumbing supply house asked us to take the property over. We understand that things have changed around us, exponentially, actually. And just because others came before us and may have overbuilt around us to this disliking of our neighbors shouldn't mean that we should have to suffer to some spot zoning. Another thing I'd like to mention is that we do abut Hill Street. It's named Hill for a reason. Even if we were to say at CD5, our building will sit 12 feet below any building that's built there or has been built before us. For example, Foundry Place, their first floor looks at our roof. We are well below, as the hill goes, where we would start to build any building. And again, as my uncle did reiterate, we aren't necessarily developers right now. But to have owned this building for over 40 years and to not protect our rights that have happened around us over years, having the parking garage be built, having Foundry Place be built, having all the buildings on Bridge Street, as we are 126 Bridge Street, to be the one building spot zoned, to be reduced to something far less than what anything could be around our neighbors. Everything is an assumption as to what our family would do with that building. But to not have the right to build what would be a conforming parcel to what sits around us just seems very unjust. It has been said before, the notification about how all of this came about really came to the attention of the property owners for which you're speaking about at the end of May. So as much as I appreciate what the Rock Street residents are saying, you're speaking about the people that actually have owned these properties and have paid taxes. And we are just getting notice and trying to catch up to what may or may not have been discussed for 7 years, 4 years, 10 years, whatever it may be. But CD5, which is the only, it is what we will strongly fight for. It's because that's what existed for a long time, and long enough to have a parking garage be built around us and all of the other properties. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Susan. Any other speakers? Okay, I think that none on Zoom. Closing the public hearing. Any other council questions or deliberations? Councilor Blaylock.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll admit this is a tough one. This is a little bit of a boondoggle. I feel like we're going to please half, and the other half are going to be mad no matter what happens tonight. With that being said, I'm very sensitive to the property owners that have been there for a long time. They've helped make that area nice and kept that area nice and have been stewards of that area. And it hasn't turned into a derelict neighborhood at all. It's a very highly demanded neighborhood to live in, and it's a great area of town. That being said, tonight I won't be supporting the change, just because I think this needs to be more processed. I think a lot of the members involved haven't been notified as much. There's been some confusion over whether, I guess, they were delivered to 181 Hill Street or 319 Hanover Street, and I can see that. But I mean, all that stuff I think we should be ironed out, and
Thanks, Councilor Blaylock. Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. When I'm listening to all the comments tonight, I'm hearing that no one is happy with the change the council made the last time we discussed this, when we moved to a CD4 designation for several properties. I'm hearing from the residents on Rock Street that they want CD4W. I'm hearing from those whose properties are being zoned that they want it to stay CD5. And so I don't think anyone will be happy with this change that's before us. And I think that we owe it to the residents who came forward and have been working on this for 7 years or so, and to the property owners to get this right. So I like the suggestion that Mr. Adams gave, that we should let this go through the master planning process, because what came forward to us were changes from the planning board, which is what the residents wanted. And that's what I'm hearing, that they want to go back to CD4W, not to CD4, that the planning board was more on track with what they wanted. And that's who's doing the master planning process. So, and they're the ones who are the experts on zoning. So that's my understanding from the comments I'm hearing tonight, that the planning board was on the right track. It just wasn't on the timeline that we anticipated. But going through that master planning process instead will give the owners of these properties sufficient time to sit down and express their concerns to the planning board in that master planning process. So that would be my preference, is to let this go through the master planning process, and then maybe more people actually get what they want out of the process.
Thanks, Councilor Cook. Councilor Lombardi.
Thank you, Mayor. The last time we talked about this, we did talk about it going through the master plan process, and I agree with both Councilor Blaylock and Cook that we're not satisfying anybody with this plan. There's problems throughout. And so I guess I would advocate as well that take this through the master plan project.
Thank you, Councilor Lombardi. Any other speakers of the council? Council questions? Councilor Denton.
So over a decade ago, I think it's back in 2013, the first time I ran and I lost for council, I proposed the idea of the parking garage, or garage was. And at that time, what I knew of the area, obviously I'd been down McDonough Street, but right around where the parking garage was eventually built it would be built up. That was the goal after urban renewal and whatever else. Fast forward several years, I was on the council when the property for the parking garage was acquired and the zoning process began. And I do remember when the residents first got involved in the process. And fast forward a bit, COVID happened, I was off the council, and we are where we are now. And no matter what we do, not everyone's going to be satisfied. But I do not think that waiting till the master planning process is going to produce anything much different than what we're looking at here. In fact, there might even be less parcels that will be impacted and not built on. So while I totally understand where people are coming from, saying, hey, let's wait until the master planning process, I do think what's in front of us is better than doing nothing. And again, that might upset everyone here, but I think that's a step forward.
Thanks, Councilor Denton. Councilor Moreau.
I have a lot of thoughts in my head and trying to organize them. While I respect the thoughts of going through the master planning process, this has been a conversation that I've been part of for many, many years. I actually thought that we had moved forward back in 2020 and made those changes, because back then I was actually a planning board member, but I had recused as a planning board member, so I wasn't part of the conversations. I was as shocked as most people to find out that we hadn't actually gone back and changed, because I remember when we went through the first reiteration of looking at this, and I remember us having the conversation that why are we doing the densest of downtown right so close to a very residential neighborhood? Because everywhere else, if you go from downtown, you go towards Court Street where it gets more residential, and you get down to the lower districts as far as height and intensity. So I always looked at this as a way to try to correct things of the past. There was some talk when I was listening here tonight from residents that, some of the neighborhood would be okay with the CD4. What we've proposed now was exactly what the staff had recommended to the planning board for discussion back in 2020, and that's what we're looking at right now. Even though we're lowering some of the heights, if they're still in the overlay, they still get to go back to that height. So I guess I'm sort of torn with, do we keep the conversation going? Do we try to tweak this again and keep the conversation going? Because I'd rather just vote on what's here tonight, but if some people think that maybe tweaking where the overlay districts are and changing a couple of the properties might appease more people, I'd be willing to have that conversation. But I don't know that I'm willing to just give up.
You're on.
Okay. Assistant Mayor and Councilor Tabor.
Your Honor, a legal inquiry, whether that is for Attorney McCord or the city attorney. In the letter from Durbin Law that we received today, they mentioned a protest petition, RSA 6755, and so I was wondering if we could get a little clarification of what that is and how that potentially could affect.
Yep, I'm going to
any vote
have
today.
Attorney McCourt come up and address that. He's been looking at that since we got it late today.
Yes, thank you. So a protest petition under RSA 675:5. It's a specific mechanism that has been heavily legislated back and forth, limiting who may cause an additional bar for the passage of a zoning amendment, raising it from just a simple majority to 2/3 vote. This particular letter that's been sent by Attorney Durbin, unfortunately, does not meet the timing requirement. There's pretty significant qualifications for who can file it, and there's a 7-day period by which someone has to file that protest petition to give staff time to verify that the person filing it meets those legal hurdles. And given that this was not filed 7 days in advance of this meeting, it is not a valid protest petition. But and the other point that was raised in Attorney Durbin's letter is relative to a charter, a provision of the charter, provision 8.1, relative to citizen petitions. But this, as you all know, this was not a citizen petition. This was brought up by motion of Councilor Moreau. So that provision of the charter also does not apply. This is just a regular city council zoning ordinance. So I hope that answers your question.
That does, thank you.
Thank you, Attorney McCourt. Councilor Tabor.
Yeah, this came to us because the city dropped the ball and didn't follow through on the rezoning that was begun in 2020. I don't think there's any way we can make everybody happy. But this has come to us, and I think we as the city have to follow through on a rezoning that was started and never completed. CD4, to me, allows the owners of some of these properties to get the vast majority of the value of their property. It may not be, it may be too dense in the opinion of the neighbors, but I take Nicole LaPierre's words, compromise is possible, as spoken with good intent. What we've got before us, I think, is rough and not perfect, but is a compromise, and so I would support it.
Thank you, Councilor Tabor. I guess, any other questions of the council? So one thing that seems, we're talking a lot about uses. I think that's a big part of this. We can't necessarily, we'd have to have a separate conversation to change those, as I understand. I'm looking at Councilor Moreau.
No, the uses are very similar between CD5 and CD4.
Sure, but like if CD4 is, like the goal, I think, in the neighborhood was CDL1 uses in CD4, which is, not going to happen with this. And so we're kind of splitting the baby there. Is that
On
fair?
that one lot.
That, okay. Second, on the plumbing supply shop, like that seems like it's easy to look at all this, and I think to Dave Adams' point, not planning, and we're planning here in the process of, creating the best possible, but that one seems like it's out of alignment because of the discrepancy between the heights having to deal with where you're building and where that building would end up. That seems like something that's going to be non-conforming from a visual standpoint. So that one is harder to support from my standpoint. So unless we can eliminate that, I don't see any way to, at least myself, to move forward, because it's transitional, I guess, to Dwyer's Pub, but.
And across the street onto between Maplewood, right? Because if you look at what's across the street, across Bridge Street.
Right, yeah, across Bridge Street, but, to the behind it and to the left of it, it's, significantly lower than, what's directly, anyways, I guess a point of disagreement on that, but that's one that's harder to support. I think the idea of moving to CD4 as opposed to CD4 LW is a change that I think is more supported in the master plan because of the fact that we have more of a transition. The idea that this is all CD5 is something that's harder to understand how, we have that. And also, the idea that this property had to go through a special exemption, and we're talking, if I can remember, it's 361 Hanover, Shane? Is that the name of the property? Or the address? That had to go through a special exemption just to have residential uses on the first floor seems kind of crazy, in that, it aligned to what the neighbors, I think, wanted in terms of not having, a really dense, and it provides more housing. So the idea that we would remove the neighborhood or the north or the downtown overlay district there seems like it would be reasonable, but we're getting into a lot of things that start to have to happen, for us to be able to do, good work on this. So I guess like limiting it to, I think, CD4, carving out the Ferguson building, just because I don't think, given the proximity to the large hill behind it, seems like it's a tougher, it's tougher for me to think that aligns to the master plan and the transition of that neighborhood, since I could see where it's a transition into, a hill, if it's zoned as it currently is. And so for the rest, supportive of changing to CD4 as is proposed, but would want to see an additional motion to remove the building that seems to be, aside from aside from the neighborhood, I don't see aside from the owners of that building, I don't see a large push to have that building rezoned in any way. From what I've heard thus far, it's been focused more interior to the city or to the neighborhood. Councilor Morrow?
I guess to understand you would rather the 126 Bridge Street property be CD5, but you don't have a problem with the change in the heights on the Hill Street side?
The change in the heights.
So Hill Street's proposed to be 2 to 3 stories versus the 2 to 4 stories.
In terms of the heights, man, if we
You
could
only
have
talked about the zoning, not the heights. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I guess I'm weighing two things here. One is a desire to have good government by correcting things that we overlooked in the past. and overlooking the past. And, you know, there when this didn't make it to our desk, it didn't make it out of the, you know, planning board, and I'm not, you know, laying the blame on the planning director at the time. There was a lot going on, and she left. And then there was a lot going on, and the replacement left, and there was a lot going on, and we had another planning director that has stuck around and weathered the storm, and, you know, dealt with a lot, you know, addition to COVID. So I'm weighing the fact that we are correcting an error. The longer this conversation goes on, I guess the more that I'm becoming convinced that it's going to be impossible for us to be able to do this in this venue. I no longer believe that we're going to be able to deliver a zoning that is going to, you know, change enough to protect and create the goal of having a transitional neighborhood, a goal that I think what the 361 Hanover building has achieved through their own, you know, desire to build in that. I guess a clarification, and Peter, that building as it's currently proposed, if it was CD5 in the back and CD4 in the front, would that be a conforming use or a non-conforming use?
For 361 Hanover?
Yeah.
Yes, if it was either all CD4 or CD5 and CD4, it would still be conforming.
Okay, so it's an all conforming use in CD4. So I guess the issue that we're dealing with is how are we going to make a zoning change? One, I guess it's complicated. Not that I don't want to talk about this forever, but we're going to make a change and we're going to talk about it again. And the question is, are we going to make it better? I am not convinced that the Hill Street lot is, or the Ferguson building, given the fact that it's now aligned to two pretty high intense uses, you know, on its north and its west, that if we were to change it out of CD5, is it necessarily a benefit or a transition, you know, out of the neighborhood? So from that standpoint, I couldn't support that because I don't think it aligns with the broader goals of the master plan to create some transition out of there. For the fact that the CD4 would allow for all of these uses that are currently contemplated to continue, it seems like we could support that and move forward, and again, correct an error that we had previously overlooked, and it would align with the master plan in terms of creating a neighborhood and transition districts there. But it's difficult, you know, when you ask the question of the heights, you know, have to put those in. This seems more like a work session than a council meeting, and that's not where I think we do our best work, is when we're trying to cook the dish. We decide on things.
Seems like we're always talking about it at 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah. So I guess I would have, in order to support it, I'd have to wait a motion to see the Ferguson, the lot, and I'm forgetting the name of it.
126 Bridge Street.
126 Bridge Street removed from this in order to support it. I don't think that this aligns to the intent of the intensity. It might have 7 years ago, but right now it's not, you know, from a standpoint of the current lay of the land.
Your Honor, I would move that we remove, I would move that we keep.
I haven't made a motion yet, so we can't really amend it till I make a motion, I think.
Oh, okay.
So,
Moreau.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
You should have a motion
before
on
you
the
get
floor.
too far down that, I will move to pass second reading and hold third and final reading on the August 4th, 2025 City Council meeting.
I'll second for discussion.
Councilor Tabor.
I was going to move, I moved that we keep 126 Ferguson, also known as Lot 125-16, CD5, and otherwise, the motion stands.
said 126 Bridge Street, you mean?
Bridge Street, not Ferguson Street. They haven't renamed the street.
I'm
yet.
sorry. Yeah, but it is.
The Ferguson building.
In the GIS, it's lot 125-16.
It is.
And just a note, this is why we probably shouldn't be doing work after 10:30.
There's only one person to vote against it, Council by law. Is there a second on that motion?
I'll second for discussion.
Councilor Cook?
Thank you, Your Honor. So I'm struggling with it. I looked at the 126 Bridge Street location, map lot 125, lot 16, as one of the spaces that I had real questions about, but I also have questions about map 138, lot 61, which does directly abut the Foundry garage and has that separation with the park. So I have questions about changing the zoning there as well. And then we are essentially creating, we already have some properties that are non-conforming on Hanover, but we essentially will have 319, 329, 339, 361 Hanover, all non-conforming when we change the zoning, plus 89 Foundry. I mean, I just have real questions about changing all this zoning and creating all these non-conforming zoning uses when my understanding is best practice is to not have everything non-conforming within a zone. So I'm not sure that CD 401 is the right zoning for the backside of, of those properties that sit on Hanover. If they're all going to be non-conforming all the way down the road, that seems like we're choosing the wrong zoning. Maybe we don't have the right zone yet for that, and that's why I'm concerned about moving forward and thinking that maybe the planning board would have a better take on how we should zone specifically that street, the properties abutting Hanover and Hill. That's my take on it.
Assistant Mayor?
Thank you. Your Honor, I would second Councilor Cook's hesitation and concern about moving forward with this for the facts of the non-conforming. Also based on the property that Councilor Cook just brought up, that it feels like as we pick this apart, it feels much more spot zony to those two properties. I'm less concerned about 181 Hill Street. As I find, a few years ago, there's a proposed project on that site, and there was deep residential concern about the size of removing those three buildings and building a much larger. So to me, that property owner understood at that point when that was was looked into, that there were zoning conversations happening within that period. But I'm particularly concerned about the Ferguson building and then the property that abuts the Foundry. And because of that, I echo Councilor Cook. I'm not really sure we have this well enough in hand to move forward. Of course, as I have been, for a while, I'm sympathetic to the neighborhood and to the concerns that this was lost during COVID, and understand the feeling of feeling ignored through the planning board and pushed down. But I just don't feel that we are in the right position to move forward with the recommended proposed changes this evening.
Thank you, Assistant Mayor. Any other comments to the council, questions? So listing the Assistant Mayor and Councilor Cook, the areas in question are Ferguson Building, the Ironworks Shop, and then the Island Oasis of Dave Adams there next to the Foundry. Okay. Are there other, concerns of the council on other properties aside from that? And is it possible to move forward at the exclusion of those without creating a zoning that is so or so specific that would be a very difficult, I mean, we're getting to the point after some of the comments read into the record on the dais that it's going to be difficult to support this. But, Councilor Moreau.
Can I start talking?
Yep.
It's certainly, I get it. I can see the reading on the wall that my motion won't pass. So, and there's been several talk about several slight changes. Could we postpone second reading and we work with the planning department to try to address some of those concerns and maybe look at an alternate proposal and come back in a month or so? Like September. How's that? No?
Anything's possible.
I guess it's more of a legal inquiry, like, we'd have time to notice it, so is it possible to, or no? Or do we just have to deny it and start over?
I think in order to notice and publish another second reading,
You
you're
have
going
to have
to need to
something
produce
specific.
something tonight to move that forward. You could wait and do further report back or conversation with planning, but then you'd be postponing this ordinance.
Right.
And you would be coming back with a comprehensive amendment to this ordinance.
To then do another second reading.
Then you would have to notice another second reading. I think that would be the process that you're talking about. So if you come back in a month, then you have another 2 weeks before you have another second reading. It's a very delayed process. I think that.
Councilor Cook.
Can we postpone to the second meeting in August, and then at that time, maybe we could have changes that are introduced, and then we could have another second reading in September?
Sure.
That gives a month, is what I'm.
I will make a motion that we postpone second reading until what's the meeting date?
August 4th or August 18th?
August 18th, to the August 18th city council meeting.
Well, second.
Okay, so in this time, what are we going to do? Like, I guess, like, from a standpoint of,
I
like,
will try to report back on August 4th with possible updates and changes that then will be noticed for second reading on what I just said.
okay.
Sorry, I can't think dates anymore at this hour. 21st, was that the 21st? 21?
I think the issue that we're going to run into is that we're going to end up having a very, it's going to end up being very specific if there are specific changes, but I'm happy to have a further dialogue and conversation. I guess
Maybe the
we're-
report back is it won't work, but I think we need to put some more thought during the daytime hours to it.
Okay, all right.
So I think, just a point of order, that you're moving to amend your motion to amend the motion. So I think we should have a preliminary vote.
On
While you
on
see
Councilor
the die
Tabors.
might be cast, but there's a motion to amend, and so take care of that vote first.
Or maybe that motion could be withdrawn.
The motion to remove the Ferguson
No,
part?
it was an amendment to my original
The
motion.
original
Right,
which was
so
to keep
to
it.
deal with one property, just
Right.
the Bridge Street.
126 Bridge Street.
So I'll withdraw that.
And then I amend my original motion.
To be a
Postponement.
Postponement, okay. Postpone to August 18th with a report back
On August 4th.
on August 4th of recommended
Possible changes, yes.
possible changes under your name?
I will bring it forward.
Okay. Thus, this is not a answer to anybody here. It is an answer that will come at August 4th of possible changes, and then August 18th of a public hearing that will then notice out to September for second and potentially third reading. Okay.
Yes.
Who seconded?
I did.
Thank you.
Council Blaylock. All right.
Thank you very much.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Next up.
Is it just me? 13A out of
Yeah.
order?
Yep. Wait a motion to suspend the rules to bring 13A up as the next item.
So moved.
Second. All in favor? Aye.
Your Honor, I've got some folks here. Todd Henley, Recreation Director, Corin Hallowell, Parks and Greeneries Foreman, and Chris Martin from Altiplay. They have a very brief presentation about the South Mill Playground.
Floor is yours, Todd.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. We'll make this very brief for all of us. The first phase of the South Mill Pond Playground project will be to install a new ADA-compliant, age-friendly, inclusive playground. We hired Altiplay Parks and Playgrounds to design and build this playground, being mindful of the public input that we received and industry recommendations to make this a park for everyone. We also know that this is considered the flagship playground in the city. Its location is close to downtown and close to many events throughout the year, such as the farmers market, fireworks, and the Easter egg hunt. We wanted this new design to be visually pleasing and incorporate elements from our city. Altiplay has created a beautiful design, one that all abilities and ages can access, and one that will be safe and fun to use. Phase 2 of this project includes permanent public restrooms, and that is slated for FY29 in the CIP. Here to show you the new design and discuss it in more depth is Chris Martin from Altiplay.
Thanks for your patience, Chris.
No, thank you guys for having me here tonight. So we'll go through this. This doesn't work, right?
You tell me next slide, and
well,
I'll
we
move it.
can go ahead 2 slides.
Okay.
Yeah, right here. So working with Todd, the goal was to develop, like you said, an inclusive playground, one that was going to match historical aesthetic as well as update inclusivity and sort of touch on some history within Portsmouth. So what we're looking at here is the total overview. Your surfacing will be, sorry, I really wanted to use this since I saw it being used. Okay, no. This thing's so neat. So your surfacing will be all rubber surfacing. This is going to do a few things. It's going to limit maintenance, and it's a much more inclusive surfacing. From there, we can go to the next slide. So this will be a portion of the 2 to 5 area. We're going to reuse sort of the layout as it is. It'll expand slightly, but right now, sort of closer to Junkins Ave, you have your sort of smaller play area. This is going to be a large wooden structure, very low to the ground, so that caregivers can be next to their youngsters, and then adding, and we'll see the design on this in a few more slides, but adding a fully ADA accessible boat so anybody in a wheelchair can access. That's actually going to be designed like one of the Moran tugs. I'm very excited for that. We got approval from Moran, the owner, to do that. We go to the next slide. Just another view. There's a flex form climber on that sort of wooden structure as well, just adding some proprioceptive and vestibular feedback. Next slide. So this is just a panned out view of the larger play area. So as you can see, the footprint will be expanded a bit. The main focal point will be your wooden tower. The 3D doesn't do it justice. It's about 25 feet tall. It'll have multiple slides, climbers, nets, flex form climbers all throughout and inside of it. Up front, you'll see an inclusive sort of a merry-go-round that's flush mount to the rubber. So again, mobility users can hop right on that, as well as caregivers. I love to use it with my kids, so we put them in a ton of playgrounds. We can go to the next slide. So one thing I forgot to touch on, just to be a little cheesy, we're going to do beige for sand and blue for water. It'll look really nice with the boat. Also, sort of to match on the docks, a lot of these things look like piers. It will represent sort of the Moran tugs and the docks down there. You'll see the swings there. They have multiple different types of swings. So you have 2 Jenny swings for those that need to be transferred out, or the ADA swings. You have a basket swing, which is also another way to get a classical stimulus of swinging while multiple children can use it, lie on it, things like that. And then toddler swings as well. So all of those swings will be condensed into one area, sort of out of the way. When I put my swings into things, I like to keep kids sort of out of the way. They like to move in straight lines, so we don't want those swinging pendulums right in the middle of the playground. We can go to the next slide. Again, just another view, but a little closer to some of the play elements. So again, these are all wooden structures. You have some standard monkey bars that are attached to a wooden climber, and then multiple steppers. Next slide. Again, another side of the tower. So you have a cladded ladder, which will have some handholds on it, a net climber as access points to the large structure, as well as, you can't see it very well, I have an image later down, but there's an ADA access underneath, which is a flex form climber that back and forth up from under the structure. We can go next slide. Just an image of the swings and some other individual items. So a leaf rocker, basically it's a spring rocker that kids can stand, jump, climb on, and then the two domes are spinning what called cozy cocoons. They're meant to be put on the outside of playgrounds, so there's sight lines through on all sides, but if I'm a kid with anxiety, I need a little break, I need some shade, I can sit in there. They don't spin like the old school merry-go-rounds. There's a governor in them, so it's a nice little relaxing point where they can still sort of play. And then next slide. We'll go one more. Those are just the swings again. And then a shaded area with picnic tables added, I thought was important there. Next to the asphalt, it can get very hot. It's just an area to really start to enjoy this park. And we have the farmer's market right there. Parents can come down. They'll have sight lines to their children. You'll also see there that what we're going to do is we'll match the fencing of the basketball court. The 3D doesn't do a great job of it with all I had for my assets, but it'll be from the same fencing company that did the basketball courts. It'll be a 4-foot fence. It will not be completely enclosed. You'll still have the access points, but it just will add a little bit more security for kids that want to run or anything like that. Next slide will show us an overview. Oh no, sir, excuse me. This is the Moran tug. So this is the design. Like I said, we got approval from Moran to do that. I think I lost my overview, but that's okay. We can go next slide. There's your overview. So this gives you an idea of the entire layout of the park. You can see the parking lot. Junkins will be on the far right. Another reason I like that is as you're driving, you'll be able to see that Moran tug from the road. It'll just be a really nice view into the park. So your larger layout, as you can see, we're really using most of the layout. We're eating a little bit of green space, but really trying to minimize that as much as possible. We'll also be adding, instead of the asphalt pathways, we'll be doing concrete pathways and then a concrete pad underneath the picnic table. The following slides are just some images of the actual, this is our proposed timeline. So timeline would be, we're looking to break ground either very late August, right when school starts, so the summer kids start to taper off a bit. So I think that was August 28th or early September. Equipment delivery by the end of Labor Day week, and hoping to start the rubber surfacing by September 12th, and then the additional fencing sort of at the same time. With any buttoned ups or punch list done by the end of September 19th, and then you guys can enjoy your awesome new park. Next one. So this is your timber tower. This is sort of what it looks like. So the wood used on this is Alaskan cedar and acetylated pine. Lifetime on this is actually larger or longer than standard structures. I'm sure you've seen some standard structures that'll rust. Wood will check, but much easier to repair, much more cost efficient as well on the repairs. Next slide. So this is the small junior tower. Again, you can see these are much larger than you think. These are black locust trees that are from outside of Montreal. But black locust trees, and then again the acetylated pine cladding for the decking. Next slide. This is an image of the accessible whirl. So as you can see, it's flush mount and multiple users. So again, a truly inclusive piece where everyone will enjoy this piece as it is intended to be enjoyed. Next slide. So just, this is just some data on wood and the life expectancies of the wood types that that we'll be using within the park. So the Alaskan yellow cedar would be 30 plus years above ground. The acetylated pine or Akoya is 50 plus years and also very easy to replace. And your black locust above ground, 80 years and then 25 years in ground. Some things that you'll see with wood, obviously there are changes. It will start to silver. It doesn't do anything structurally. You will see some checkings and possibly leaching tannins. But the checking is just the initial moisture leaving. Once it moves, it's never moving again. We've gotten to see some of these 20-year-old parks done with this wood, and they're beautiful. I mean, you've seen some old wood, and it really does a great job of aging. I think the next slide is just my face, so we can definitely go back on that. So that's really it.
There you go.
No, please. No. So, is there any other questions on that?
Councilor Denton.
Two hopefully simple questions. The green on the slides, is that grass? And then the hill, will kids going down the hill be impeded by the fence?
No, the fence, so if we can.
It looked like the
can we
fence
bring
was along the parking lot.
Just the parking lot. It does not go along the back side. I know that hill was important, so the hill won't be impeded. It will come around slightly, especially in the younger kid area, but it's not going to go all along the back hill. It won't be completely enclosed.
And then the green, was that grass or rubber?
The green, I believe, was the grass that exists currently.
Thank you.
Assistant Mayor, then Councilor Cook.
I just want to confirm, because the picnic tables, will those be ADA compliant, have the extra?
We were going to do the 2 ADA and then two standard.
Wonderful, thank you.
Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. As someone who attended the initial planning meeting, I have to say thank you for listening about a fence. I'm the parent of a former runner, now 19, not a runner anymore, but I think it's really helpful on a playground to have some containment, especially around a parking lot like that. So I really do appreciate the thoughtfulness that went into that.
Great.
Councilor Blaylock, Councilor Bagley, and
Thank you, Chris. I know I've already seen the presentation at the rec department, but I just wanted to ask some questions that were asked at that meeting at the rec board. Some asked about PFAs, and then they just asked about the durability.
Sure. So if we're talking about the rubber surfacing, yeah. So looking a bit more into that, the rubber surfacing gets sort of its bad reputation from the initial crumb rubber that used to be used. There's a lot of dust there. All of that starts to come off as it's kicked up and moved around. The urethane here really stops any leaching. There's no fraying of anything. I mentioned at the rec commission or the rec meeting that there will be off-gassing of that urethane for about a week, and then it dissipates completely. But aside from that, there's no concerns.
Councilor Bagley.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to commend you on the marine time design and going out to Morin and doing the tugs like that. I think that's, I don't know whose idea that was, but that was brilliant.
Thanks.
My only question is the wood not going to splinter? Because I know as a child, I always got splinters whenever I played around things that I had to touch my hands to. So I'm just curious as what you can do to make sure that the kids aren't going to get splinters.
Sure. So with any playground, there will be required maintenance. It's not going to, I wish I had a sample with me, but if you touch black locust wood, I mean, it's heavier than steel. It's very durable. It will check, and, as that moves over the years.
And Chris, can you just define what check is
So,
for everybody as it separates?
if you've seen an old like barn beam, you'll see a big split in it. It doesn't do anything structurally. It's just the moisture moving and the wood moves. So once that checks, you would obviously want to potentially sand it. It'll take 15 seconds with an orbital sander, and you're done. Same thing with any damage. So, for example, if let's say a steel deck was vandalized, you have to replace that whole steel deck. I don't think Corin can weld, can you? No, okay, so Corin can't weld. So you'd have to replace the steel deck, which is quite expensive, whereas if somebody tried to damage the wooden structure, it's 15 minutes of sanding, maybe. And if it's cladding, it's remove 2 screws, put the cladding in. So long answer to an easy question. There's a possibility it could splinter, but the repair is very minimal.
Thank you.
Sure.
Councilor Lombardi.
When's it going to open?
19th.
So September 19th.
September 19th. You already said
September
that.
19th.
Yeah, hopefully.
I can't wait.
Me too. I'm very excited. My wife used to work in the middle school, and we visit that park quite frequently. So it's an honor to be able to do this.
Are there benches other than the picnic tables?
Yes, there will be 5 benches, wooden benches that will be
Around.
made of white oak throughout the playground.
Separate question, I guess, for the, are these benches that potentially be dedicated to folks? I know there's been a list for other areas. Is there a possibility to take that under advisement, for folks that would like to have a bench donated or dedicated, maybe in the rec department?
I would think we could entertain that for certainly.
Chris, great presentation. Great product. I think we're all really excited. I think it really drives home when you see somebody that would not otherwise been able to access and have as much fun. Like why we're doing something like this to make it so, these things are more expensive than they were 30 years ago, but 30 years ago that kid would have been looking in on their friends having a fun time, and now they're not. And so that's a really big step and pretty important thing in Portsmouth, so we're appreciative of that, and that it looks like a great park, and I'm sure it'll be on time and under budget. And
Oh, yeah. On time.
We'll all be excited going into the fall, but truly appreciative of the work and just thankful that you stuck around as long as you did tonight to show us that presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now that's what we got.
All right, back to city manager's items which require action.
There we go. Thank you, Your Honor. Before you tonight are the request for acceptance and approval of 3 tentative agreements. All 3 are consistent with the City Council's guidance on both COLA and health insurance premium increases, and all, if approved, would be retroactive to July 1st. The first is acceptance and approval of the tentative agreement with the Association of Portsmouth School Administrators. This is a 4-year agreement. That's the nuance there. If I can speak about them in bulk and you could vote separately, that would be great. Second would be the Association of Clerical Employees, which would be a 3-year deal, and the nuance there is a new step at the top of the wage schedule in year 3. And the third item is a TA with the Portsmouth Supervisory Management Alliance, which is a 3-year deal, again with COLA and health insurance, along with a provision to allow certain members to use assigned vehicles for commuting purposes.
Thanks, City Manager.
Thanks.
Assistant Mayor.
Yes, Your Honor, I move to accept and approve the proposed agreement as presented.
Second.
And this is for the Association of Portsmouth School Administrators.
Yes.
Any questions or comments? I'll share a brief one. When asked on the budget why it increases because we have COLA and cost of living adjustments. Those cost of living adjustments are floors in terms of 3%. And so how can we have the same thing? And that question is asked often. How do we have the same services for more money? Well, the trade-off in terms of offering less pay than the private sector is to offer step increases in line with inflation. That rolling average is approaching 3 or more percent. And so looking at these contracts, which we need to keep the right people in the positions doing the work that we come to expect, is the reason why the budget increases year in and year out. Unless we will reduce the positions in a more drastic level, the percent increase per position is baked into the contract. So I will be supporting this as support of the budget, but just wanted to answer that question as it often comes up and did again today. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Next, the acceptance and approval of tenant agreement for the Portsmouth Association of Clerical Employees.
Mayor, I move to accept and approve the proposed agreement as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Next, the acceptance and approval of a tentative agreement with the Portsmouth Supervisory Management Alliance.
Your Honor, I move to accept and approve the proposed agreement as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you to HR Director Kelly Harper, who hung out on Zoom. Thanks, Kelly.
Night, Cal. All right, letter from, on the consent agenda.
Your Honor, I move to adopt the consent agenda.
Second.
One on this, a resident asked on the first parking we've had events there before, but parking considerations, the city manager will work with the authority to act on for street life at Bohenko Gateway Park. And that was the only question I had on any of that. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? We've had the presentation on the South Mill.
Your Honor, I move to accept and place the email correspondence on file.
Second?
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Next, a letter from Elizabeth Browder regarding rezone request under public hearing.
Move to accept and place on file.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Next, appointments to be voted. We have for the HDC and the Portsmouth Housing Authority, reappointment of Larry Booz as an alternate, reappointment of Margot Doring, the HDC as a regular member, Martin Ryan as a regular member, Regan Rodig as a regular member, and the reappointment of Robin Pickering to the Portsmouth Housing Authority.
Your Honor, I move to reappoint Larry Booz as an alternate, and Margot Doring and Ryan Martin and Reagan Rudig to the Historic Commission, and Robin Pickering as a regular member to the Portsmouth Housing Authority.
Second?
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Next, Councillor Bagley.
Your Honor, I move to schedule first reading of the annual omnibus ordinance for August 4th, 2025, City Council meeting.
Second.
And as a reminder, this is where we collect all the bills that have been passed, and we pass them for real at the end, right?
That's correct.
All right. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
And Your Honor, I am happy to withdraw my second motion as Mr. Jim Tietzel and Wilcox Industry has generously committed to sponsoring the July 2026 250th anniversary celebration to include fireworks.
Wonderful.
Look forward to seeing them down there, and thanks for Mr. Tietzel and Wilcox Industries for continuing to sponsor this. There are no grants or donations, although one will be coming back for the Connie Bean display. Under that, appreciate the Art Review Committee pointing out not everything is art. A lot of things are, but some are informative displays that we will gladly put or ask the school board to consider. City manager informational items.
The last item, Your Honor, is a memo prepared by Nathan Lunny that outlines, if you can believe it or not, the next budget cycle. Yes, you can.
I can.
We're going to be truly year-round. So what we'd like to announce tonight is that the portal for accepting citizen requests for the upcoming CIP is open, and this outlines the new timeline. The next time we will be in front of you talking about budget is specific to CIP kickoff at the August 18th meeting, and then at the August 21st Planning Board meeting, we'll do the same thing. And we're moving things up a little bit earlier than last year, again, to wrap up with adoption of a CIP before the close of the year. So Nathan is prepared to give more information. I don't know that at this late date you would like any more information, but Councilor Denton and Councilor Cook have their hands up.
I do have a simple question.
Sure.
The Sustainability Committee is looking to give a presentation to the council on their recommendations for the CIP in alignment with what their stated goal is in the ordinance. And we would like to do so similar to how the Public Art Review Committee has in the past. So if you could please let me and the chairs of the Sustainability Committee know what city council meeting works best so we can have the presentation ready. It doesn't have to be tonight, just please let us know.
Got it.
Any other, Councilor Cook?
There were some concerns during the budgeting process around the school's teacher hiring schedule because they have an April 1st contract deadline, which kind of puts that in conflict with the fact that they have to renew all those contracts before we get to that final vote. Is there a way to schedule an earlier discussion on the budget, not the CIP budget, but the regular budget with them in the fall so they can start planning?
We've talked about that to some degree, but I'll let Nathan.
I mean, all of this is just very early in discussion, but I will say that we have been talking about connecting with the commissions and the school board this fall, providing some guidance about the budget targets that we would anticipate they could be working toward. This would all be anticipating that after the first of the year, there would be a council that would seek, from whom we would seek additional guidance. But we would like very much to reach that point and have a far tighter preliminary budget message than we had this year. And that would take into account everything that we could come up with, testing economic conditions and the like. The timeline that we're looking at for budget right now could potentially could potentially provide you with a budget book and a presentation to begin looking at earlier than you have traditionally seen it in May. I'm not sure that there's anything that we could do that would move all of us towards a March date so that you could do something before the April deadline for teacher notification. But it certainly presents the possibility that there would have been a lot more conversation trying to address comments that were made both by the school board members and the police commission that they felt like they'd like to have more conversation in the process. So when you see a budget proposed timeline, you'll have definitely some of that coming up in the fall if you're interested.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. Councilor Blaylock.
Your Honor, I am very pleased to announce that the Portsmouth All-Star Little League team beat North Manchester Hooksett tonight, 9-3. But they will continue their double elimination tournament and try to be the District 2 champ on their way to the States. Go Portsmouth.
Excellent. Anything else under miscellaneous?
Motion to adjourn.
I'd wait a motion to
So moved.
adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Good night, Portsmouth.